Chosen one. Pause for a moment and let your spirit listen. You are not here by chance, not scrolling by accident, not hearing these words as a coincidence. Heaven has pressed pause on everything else in your life, so you would hear this now. The final bell has rung. The war you have been fighting, the battle that kept you awake at night, the fight that nearly drained the last drop of your strength, it is finished. Do you hear me? The fight is finished. You have endured storms that others would have drowned in. You have walked through deserts that would have killed weaker souls. You carried weights that were never meant for human shoulders. Yet somehow you still breathe. Every scar on your spirit testifies not that you were broken, but that you survived what was meant to bury you. The scars are not your shame, they are your medals. You wear them as proof that hell itself threw its worst at you and failed. Listen carefully. The enemy planned to end you. People whispered lies about you. Betrayals cut deeper than any knife. Doors slammed in your face. Opportunities crumbled in your hands. And some nights you cried until your pillow was soaked. But even then, something inside of you refused to die. That something was the spark of God, the eternal flame of the chosen one, burning when everything else went dark. Do not misunderstand this moment. You are not stepping into a new fight. You are stepping out of the fight. You are walking into rest, into peace, into a permanent vacation from the warfare that has defined your past season. For years, you thought survival was your assignment. But no, survival was only the training ground. Now the assignment is rest. The assignment is joy. The assignment is victory without struggle. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 11, verse 28, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." Chosen one. Rest is not weakness. Rest is the crown placed on a warrior's head when the war is over. Rest is the banquet that God prepares for you in the presence of your enemies. Rest is the proof that what once pursued you no longer has permission to touch you. You are stepping into divine immunity. Hell cannot reach you here. Accusations cannot follow you here. The fight is not only over, it is won. Do you understand the gravity of this? Every tear you sowed is about to harvest joy. Every lonely season is about to birth companionship. Every silent prayer whispered in the dark is echoing back with thunderous answers. You thought God had forgotten you. But the truth is, God was preparing a stage big enough for your breakthrough to be undeniable. When this blessing lands, no one will be able to say it was luck, chance, or coincidence. Everyone will know it was God, and only God. Look back for a moment. Look at the years of struggle, the rejection, the failures, the heartbreaks. You did not endure all of that for nothing. Nothing you have been through will be wasted. Your story is about to become someone else's survival guide. Your testimony will break chains off of people who think they cannot make it. When you speak, healing will flow. Because you are not speaking theory, you are speaking survival. You are proof that the fight may be fierce, but the finish is guaranteed. Chosen one. Can you feel the weight lifting even as you listen? The atmosphere around you is shifting. The heaviness is breaking. The chains are falling. The shadows are fleeing from the light you carry. The Spirit of God is saying, peace, permanent peace, rest without interruption. This is not a temporary vacation. This is not a seasonal break. This is the new reality for the chosen ones. You fought long enough. You bled long enough. You prayed long enough. Now, you rest. And make no mistake, rest is not passive. Rest is powerful. Rest says, the victory is already secured. So I no longer need to fight for what is mine. Rest is the stance of a conqueror, not a coward. Rest is the roar of a lion that knows the prey is already captured. Rest is the confidence of a child who sleeps while angels guard the door. Your permanent vacation is not a trip to escape reality. It is the revelation that God has rewritten your reality. You will wake up with joy, not dread. You will go to sleep with peace, not anxiety. You will look at your future with hope, not fear. And everything you touch will carry the fragrance of heaven's rest. So hear me, chosen one. The fight is finished. From this moment forward, walk differently, speak differently, expect differently. When people ask you what happened, you will smile and simply say, God finished the fight. End of 4. Now it is your turn to act. If this word resonates in your spirit, do not keep it to yourself. Subscribe to this channel. Share this message with someone who needs to hear it. And let your voice be heard in the comments. Type the number 111 as your prophetic declaration that you are stepping into rest, that you receive the permanent vacation heaven has prepared for you, and that you know the fight is truly finished. Chosen one. Your scars speak louder than your enemies. Every mark, every hidden wound on your spirit is not a curse, but a testimony. Do not despise the evidence of survival that you carry. The very things you thought disqualified you are what heaven uses to qualify you. When others see weakness, God sees proof. When others whisper about your failures, God declares your endurance. Think about this. What is a scar? A scar is not an open wound. A scar is a wound that healed. A scar proves you bled, but also that you did not die. It proves you went through the fire, but you came out alive. The devil hoped your pain would silence you, but instead, your scars now speak louder than his lies. Your scars tell the truth that you are unbreakable, untouchable, and unshakable. There are people who look at you now and have no idea of the battles you fought in silence. They see your smile but never saw the nights when your tears would not stop. They admire your strength but do not know the cost of carrying it. They assume you were always whole, yet only you and God know the cracks, the brokenness, the empty nights. That is why you are chosen, because you carry both the story of pain and the testimony of survival. The scars prove survival. They tell a story that cannot be faked. Anyone can wear a mask, pretend to be strong, and fake success. But only those who truly endured can point to their scars and say, I lived through that. That is your glory. Chosen one. You are not pretending. You are proof. Listen. The people who rejected you, the ones who abandoned you in your weakest hour, may look at you now and wonder how you are still standing. They may even regret what they did, but their regret does not matter. What matters is that you did not let their betrayal kill you. What matters is that your scars show you needed no approval from them to survive. You were carried not by man, but by God himself. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. Chapter 34, verse 19. The righteous person may have many troubles, but the Lord delivers him from them all. Chosen one. That verse is your story in one sentence. Many troubles, many battles, many heartbreaks, but all of them ended the same way. You delivered. You preserved. You still standing. The righteous are not spared from trouble. They are delivered from trouble. That is the secret. You are not chosen because you avoided pain. You are chosen because you outlasted pain. Let your scars become your sermon. When people come to you, broken, you will not just offer empty words, you will offer proof. You will tell them, I have been there. I know the taste of betrayal. I know the weight of anxiety. I know the silence of unanswered prayers. But I also know the God who brings us out. Look at my scars. They are healed. Yours will be too. That is what gives your voice authority. You did not just read about survival, you lived it. And here is the truth. The scars the enemy tried to use to shame, you will be the very keys God uses to open doors for you. The rejection that cut you will become the platform that elevates you. The abandonment that crushed you will become the testimony that inspires nations. Do not hide your scars anymore. Do not cover them in fear of judgment. Display them as banners of victory. They are reminders that your story cannot be erased. Imagine the disciples of Jesus after the resurrection. He appeared to them in glory. Yet he still carried his scars. He did not hide the nail marks in his hands or the wound in his side. Why? Because the scars proved the cross was real, and the resurrection was real. The scars told the story that death tried, but life won. If Jesus himself kept his scars as evidence of victory, why would you be ashamed of yours? Chosen one. You are walking evidence. You survived things others would not have survived. You lived through nights that could have driven you insane. You endured attacks that should have ended your life. Yet here you are, still breathing, still chosen, still called. Your scars declare to the world, I am not finished. God is not finished with me. Yes, do not let bitterness twist your scars into chains. Let forgiveness transform them into wings. Because if you hold on to the wound, it stays open. But when you release it, when you surrender it, it heals into a scar that can no longer bleed. And a healed scar cannot be used against you. The devil hates that. He cannot use what is healed. He cannot manipulate what is closed. That is why your scars terrify him. They prove you escaped his grip. Your scars are holy ground. They are sacred because they remind you of both your humanity and God's divinity. They remind you that you were fragile, yet preserved, broken, yet restored, wounded, yet healed. Every time you see them, let them be a prophecy to your future. If God brought me through that, He will bring me through whatever comes next. Then, so, chosen one, stand tall. Do not cover what you have been through. Do not minimize your survival. Let your scars shine. They are your story. They are your testimony. They are your crown. Chosen one. The season of hiding is ending. For so long, you felt unseen, tucked away in the shadows of life, while others seemed to shine. You questioned God. Why am I overlooked? Why is my potential invisible? Why do I always have to stand in the background while others take the stage? But let me tell you, hiding was not punishment. It was preservation. When an artist begins a masterpiece, they do not display it halfway done. They keep it covered until every brushstroke is finished. That is what God did with you. You were hidden because you were being completed. You were hidden because your unveiling needed to come at the right time, not a moment too early. The shadows protected you from premature exposure. They shielded you from people who would have mishandled your anointing. But now, the Spirit whispers, the covering is lifting. The season of hiding is over. What once worked against you will now work for you. The places where you were overlooked will become the very platforms where you are celebrated. The voices that ignored you will soon echo your name, and the opportunities that passed you by will circle back, because divine timing has awakened. Chosen one. When God decides, the shadows must lift. No force on earth can keep you hidden. He who opens doors, no man can shut. He who speaks your name before kings will not let it be erased from their ears. Your visibility is not tied to human approval. It is tied to heaven's decree. Do you realize what this means? Every quiet prayer in your hidden place is now echoing publicly. Every tear that nobody saw is about to be transformed into laughter. Everyone will hear. Every silent act of obedience that seemed unnoticed by man has been documented in heaven's records. And now the reward comes. Not in secret, but in the open. The silence of your hidden years was not wasted. It was the workshop of heaven, shaping your character and refining your spirit. God allowed you to be unseen so that when the unveiling came, you would not collapse under the weight of glory. What once looked like delay was really divine preparation for unstoppable impact. Even the rejection you endured was part of the strategy. If certain doors had opened too soon, they would have trapped you in mediocrity. If certain voices had applauded you early, pride would have stolen your growth. The very no that broke your heart preserved your destiny. The shadows were not your prison, they were your shield. Now, chosen one, the unveiling carries a holy assignment. You are not being revealed simply for recognition, but for transformation. Your life is a living prophecy to those still waiting in the dark. When they see your rise, they will believe in their own. Your story becomes their hope. Your light becomes their torch. And your scars become their map. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. That word is the seal on your season. While you thought hiding meant forgotten, God says hiding meant preparing. While you thought shadows meant rejection, God says shadows meant protection. The plan was never to crush you. The plan was to prosper you. The plan was never to bury you. The plan was to plant you. And what has been planted in secret is now breaking through the soil for the world to see. Chosen one. Understand this. Exposure is not about popularity. Exposure is about purpose. God does not lift the veil on your life just so people can admire you. He does it so that your story can deliver others. He does it so that His glory can shine through your journey. You were hidden not for your sake alone, but for the sake of those who will be set free by what you carry. The enemy tried to trick you into believing obscurity was a curse. He whispered that your prayers were wasted, that your gifts were unnoticed, that your voice had no impact. But the enemy lied. Heaven heard you the entire time. Heaven recorded every whispered word, every act of kindness, every sacrifice you thought no one valued. Now, as the light breaks in, those hidden seeds bloom into a harvest too visible to deny. Do not be surprised if people from your past return. Some will return with apologies. Some will return in confusion. Some will return because they cannot understand how you are shining after all the storms. but let your response be peace. You do not need to prove yourself. Your fruit is the proof. Your testimony is the evidence. Your light is undeniable. Chosen one. Step boldly into this season. You are not the same person who went into hiding. You are refined. You are sharper. You are stronger. You know who you are now. And you know whose you are. The shadows may have once been your home, but light is your permanent address from this day forward. This unveiling will not come without weight. With visibility comes responsibility. But you are ready. Do not shrink back. Do not apologize for the glory God has placed on you. Do not dim your light to make others comfortable. Let it shine fully. Because this is not about ego, it is about destiny. And now, chosen one, here is your prophetic act. I want you to go into the comments and write these words. I hear you, Lord. Now, write it not as a ritual, but as a declaration. By typing it, you seal the truth in your spirit that this word is for you. You are saying, I receive it. I accept it. I am ready to step out of hiding into my season of visibility. Do not underestimate the power of small acts of agreement. The comment you write may be digital, but the faith behind it is eternal. And as you declare it, heaven echoes back. I hear you too, my chosen one. So step out of the shadows. The light is calling your name. The world is waiting for what only you can release. You are no longer hidden, you are revealed. Chosen one. Listen with the fullness of your spirit. Hell's weapons have been disarmed. Every scheme, every curse, every whisper that was set against you now lies shattered. For years, it felt as though every step forward was met by resistance. You fought against invisible forces, endured storms that seemed to come out of nowhere, and carried weights that weren't even yours to bear. But now, the tide has turned. The spiritual battlefield is quieting because the arsenal of darkness has been emptied. This is not wishful thinking. This is the reality of heaven's decree. When God declares an end, it is final. No weapon, no matter how carefully designed, can succeed against his chosen ones. You stand now in a new position, not one of constant defense, but of assured victory. The arrows that used to fly toward you have lost their sharpness. The traps set in your path have collapsed under their own weakness. Consider the truth. The enemy never fought you because of your weakness. He fought you because of your potential. He recognized the anointing resting upon you, perhaps before you fully understood it yourself. He threw everything he could: confusion, betrayal, lack, fear, hoping one of those weapons would pierce deep enough to silence you forever. But none of them worked. They may have wounded you, but they did not destroy you. And that is the evidence that his weapons have no lasting power. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 17, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." End of chosen one. Dwell on those words for a moment. They are not a suggestion or a possibility. They are a declaration. Weapons may be formed, but they cannot prevail. Accusations may rise, but they cannot stand. The guarantee of heaven is that you are protected, defended, and secured by a covenant stronger than anything darkness could imagine. Do you remember the nights when whispers of fear tormented your mind? The lies that said you would fail, that you were abandoned, that you had no future? Those were weapons. Do you remember the betrayals? The people who spoke against you? The doors that slammed shut? Those were weapons. Yet look at you now. You are still breathing, still moving forward, still carrying the light. That is proof enough that their weapons failed. There is a deeper truth here. The enemy's attacks actually became the training ground for your authority. Every battle you survived increased your resilience. Every false word spoken against you only sharpened your discernment. Every scheme you escaped taught you the sound of God's true voice. Hell thought it was destroying you. Instead, it was shaping you into a warrior no weapon can touch. Think of David before he faced Goliath. He had already defeated the lion and the bear while no one was watching. Those battles looked ordinary, but they were disarming the future weapons meant to destroy him. The same has been true for you. The hidden battles you fought in silence were never wasted. They prepared you to stand now with a confidence that does not waver. Chosen one. Hell is bankrupt in its strategies. What once terrified you no longer shakes you. What once bound you now lies broken at your feet. You have grown past the level where those same old tricks can work. The enemy has nothing new. He only repeats lies, cycles, and shadows. But you walk in fresh light every day, guided by the Spirit who renews you. Even your perspective has shifted. Before, you may have asked, why me? Why these attacks? But now, you see it differently. Of course me, because I am chosen. The battle was the evidence of your calling. The warfare was the confirmation of your anointing. And now that the weapons are disarmed, you step into rest, not as a victim, but as a conqueror. Take this truth to heart. You are no longer fighting for victory, you are living from victory. The war has already been won by the one who called you. You simply walk in the benefits of his triumph. That is why the weapons cannot succeed. They are aiming at someone who already stands behind an unshakable shield. You may wonder, but what about future trials? Will I face them again? Understand this, trials may come, but the outcome is already decided. You may encounter resistance, but you will not be overcome. You may walk through valleys, but you will not be consumed. Every challenge from this day forward is nothing more than another stage to display heaven's authority through your life. Do not forget when Jesus hung on the cross. The enemy thought it was his final weapon. Death itself was drawn like a sword. Yet on the third day, that weapon shattered. Resurrection disarmed the ultimate strategy of hell. And if death itself was defeated, what lesser weapon could possibly prevail against you? You stand on resurrection ground. You carry resurrection power. That is why hell trembles when you wake each morning. Chosen one. You no longer need to live suspicious of every shadow or fearful of every whisper. The paranoia that once followed you can be released. You do not have to brace yourself for the next attack, because the worst has already passed. Your new posture is peace. Your new strategy is rest. And your new song is victory. Lift your head and remember who you are. You are not hunted. You are shielded. You are not vulnerable prey. You are divinely guarded. Every attempt of the enemy against you has already been seen, already been countered, already been disarmed by the hand of God. You are untouchable because you are chosen. And this is not just your story, it is your identity now. You are the one who walks through fire without burning. You are the one who sleeps in storms without drowning. You are the one who shines in darkness without being overcome. That is what it means to be chosen, you are not defined by the attacks, but by the victory that follows them. Chosen one, let your spirit breathe. The fight is over. The weapons are broken, and your steps are guarded. No enemy can rise against what heaven has sealed. From this day forward, walk as one who knows they are untouchable. Hell's weapons are shattered forever. Chosen one, the crown is before you, the weight of years, the nights of tears, the hidden valleys you trudged through, none of it has been wasted. Every moment has been weaving itself into the fabric of your destiny. And now, like the sun finally rising after a long night, the crown comes into view. It is not an ornament, it is your seal of honor, your mark of endurance, and the recognition of heaven that you have finished what was laid before you. Crowns are not given at the beginning. They are the prize for those who did not quit. Others may have started with you, but not all endured. Many grew weary and stepped off the path. But you, though battered, though scarred, though exhausted, kept moving forward. This is why heaven positions you now at the place of reward. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 25. Everyone who competes in the games goes into strict training. They do it to get a crown that will not last. But we do it to get a crown that will last forever. And your crown is not temporary. It is not like trophies that collect dust or medals that fade with time. This crown carries eternal weight. It is the echo of your faith, the proof of your perseverance, the shine of your obedience. It is the mark that your journey was not in vain. Think of the marathon runner. With each mile, their body screams to quit, yet their spirit whispers, just a little more. At last, they glimpse the finish line. The pain is still there, but the vision of the crown gives strength to their legs, fire to their lungs, and joy to their heart. That is where you stand. Now the finish line is in sight, and the crown is waiting. Chosen one, the detours you faced were not accidents. They were divine reroutes to keep you on the right track. The disappointments were not delays. They were disguises of protection. The betrayals were not to destroy you, but to prune you, shaping your heart for this very moment. Every burden you carried makes this crown gleam brighter. And now, allow me to speak to your spirit with sincerity. If these words resonate, if they water your soul like rain in a dry land, consider helping this light reach further. When you like this message, it is as though you are adding oil to the lamp, helping it burn brighter in the night. When you share, you are like a messenger bird, carrying bread to someone starving in silence. When you subscribe, it is as if you are planting your flag on sacred ground, saying, I will return, I will grow, I will not journey alone. And yes, if your heart feels led to give, to donate, it is not about obligation, but about legacy. A seed placed in fertile ground never stays the same size. It multiplies, it becomes a tree, and that tree becomes shade, fruit, and shelter for countless others. Every gift, no matter its size, is a seed in the soil of destiny. Heaven notices, heaven multiplies, and lives are changed because you dared to plant. This is not about transaction, it is about transformation. Think of a river. As long as it flows, it gives life to every field it touches. But if it stops, the land dries. Your support, whether through your words, your sharing, or your giving keeps the river flowing. It allows the stream of truth, comfort, and hope to reach souls who might otherwise wither in despair. You may never see the faces your act touches, never hear their stories directly, but imagine a weary soul late at night, scrolling for a sign, stumbling upon this word because you decided to share. Imagine the tears that dry, the heart that steadies, the life that chooses not to give up all because you chose to let your light ripple outward. That is the power of partnership with heaven's work. Chosen one. Let me be clear. You owe nothing. You are already precious, already chosen, already crowned. But if your spirit longs to extend this hope, then even the smallest act like clicking like hitting subscribe, like sowing a seed, becomes eternal. Heaven does not forget generosity. Heaven records every act of love. Let this image remain with you, a lighthouse on the shore, its beam slicing through storms, guiding ships home. Your simple actions are fuel for that lighthouse. Without fuel, the flame dims. With it, the beam grows stronger, calling countless wanderers safely back to shore. So, hear this gently, not as a demand, but as an invitation. If this message has poured into you, pour into someone else. Share the oil, plant the seed, fuel the fire. Become part of the flow that heaven uses to reach beyond the walls of your own life. And while you do, hold your head high. The crown is closer than it has ever been. You are not walking empty-handed. You are walking toward the throne with the strength of every battle behind you and the joy of every promise ahead. Your faith has not been in vain. Your endurance has not been wasted. The crown is yours, eternal and unshakable. Chosen one. Wear it with humility. Wear it with gratitude. Wear it not just for yourself, but as a light to others who are still running. For when they see you crowned, they will know their own race is not pointless. Their own fight is not futile. Your victory becomes their vision. Your crown becomes their hope. And so, let your heart rest. The finish line is here. The crown is near. And heaven itself applauds your endurance. Chosen one. Let your heart breathe deeply. Your prophetic vacation has begun. You have spent years in battle, years in toil, years feeling as though every step required a fight. Yet, now, heaven sets a table for you. The season of struggle is giving way to the season of rest. This is not temporary relief. This is not a short pause before another storm. This is the ordained rest that was written for you before time began. When God grants rest, it is not the absence of activity, it is the presence of peace. You may still move, but you move without anxiety. You may still build, but you build without fear of collapse. You may still journey, but every step carries grace instead of exhaustion. This rest is the inheritance of the chosen. It is the vacation of the soul, the Sabbath of the heart, the gift that no enemy can steal. Think of Israel in the wilderness. They wandered for 40 years, eating manna, living in tents, moving from place to place. Every day was survival. But God had always promised a land of milk and honey, a place of permanence, a home where they would no longer wander. Chosen one. That is where you now stand. The wilderness is behind you. The promise is before you. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 33, Verse 14, my presence will go with you, and I will give you rest. And that word is alive in your story today. The rest you step into is not merely circumstantial, it is presence-filled. This is what makes it permanent. If your peace depended on people, it could be stolen. If your joy depended on possessions, it could be lost. But because your rest is anchored in His presence, nothing in the world can take it from you. Chosen one, do you realize how much strength is about to return to you? You will wake up refreshed in ways you have not felt in years. Your mind will quiet. Your heart will slow its frantic beating. Even your body will respond to this season of rest. The stress that aged you will lift. The heaviness that made you weary will dissolve. This is divine vacation, not in a distant place, but in the very atmosphere you now live in. Do not fear that this is too good to be true. It is not a trick, not a fleeting moment of calm before another storm. No, this is God's gift. He is saying, you have fought long enough. You have wept long enough. Now I give you rest. Trust that word. Receive it without suspicion. The enemy will attempt to convince you that the rest cannot last, that storms will return, that peace is fragile. But that is a lie. You must anchor yourself in the truth. Permanent rest has been decreed over your life. No voice of darkness can override heaven's decree. Think of it like a home. Before, your spirit lived in a tent, always ready to be uprooted by winds of trial. Now God has built you a house on solid rock. Storms may rage, winds may howl, but your house will not move. That is what permanent vacation looks like. You do not run from storms anymore, because you dwell in unshakable peace. Beloved, chosen one, this season is not idle, it is fruitful rest. In the wilderness, you worked for survival. In the promise, the land works for you. You will see harvests spring up where you did not sow. You will receive blessings you did not chase. You will enjoy victories you did not have to fight for. This is not because of luck, but because of covenant. God rewards the ones who endured. Your enemies may watch from a distance. They will see you feasting while they remain restless. They will see your cup overflow while theirs remain empty. But you will not gloat. You will smile in peace, knowing the same God who gave you rest can give it to them too, if they will only surrender. Chosen one, savor this moment. Learn to live in it. Do not sabotage it with worry. Do not cut it short with doubt. Embrace this permanent vacation as your new identity. Wake up each morning declaring, I live in God's rest. Lay down each night whispering, His presence covers me. Let your heart know that this is not a dream but a decree. Now, I invite you to seal this word with a prophetic act. In the comments, type the number 444. This is not superstition. It is agreement. 4 is the number of stability, the symbol of foundations, the mark of permanence. By writing 444, you are declaring, I am established in permanent rest. My foundation is unshakable. My vacation is eternal. And understand the depth of this act. Typing 444 is more than digits on a screen. It is faith in motion. It is telling heaven, I receive this season fully. It is telling your own soul, be still. This is your new reality. It is telling the enemy, you cannot shake me anymore. My peace is permanent. Chosen one, Let your spirit rejoice. You have entered the land of promise. You dwell now in the atmosphere of rest. The battle is over. The wandering is finished. The weight has lifted. Your prophetic vacation begins now, and it will not end. Chosen one. Can you feel the shift? The long years of exile are drawing to a close. The wilderness roads you traveled, the lonely paths where your only companion was silence, are ending. The season where you felt like a stranger in your own land is fading. The ache of being misplaced, unseen, misunderstood. These have been the markers of exile. But now, God whispers a new word over you: homecoming. Exile is a difficult thing to carry. It is not just the physical sense of being far from home. It is the spiritual ache of not belonging. You have walked into rooms where you felt out of place. You have tried to build friendships, but felt the invisible wall of misunderstanding. You have given your all and yet remained on the outskirts. That has been your exile. Yet exile was never meant to be forever. It was the road to shape your heart for a greater place. The ancient words recorded in Deuteronomy, chapter 30, verse 3. Speak to this. Then the Lord your God will restore your fortunes and have compassion on you, and gather you again from all the nations where he scattered you. Chosen one. Restoration and gathering are the heartbeat of this homecoming. What felt scattered is being drawn together. What was lost in exile is being restored in homecoming. You have carried the ache of isolation long enough. God has not only prepared a place for you, he has prepared people for you. You will not walk alone anymore. You will not wander without belonging. You will sit at tables where your voice matters, where your story is honored, where your scars are understood. Consider the Israelites who were taken into Babylon. Their songs were silenced. Their harps hung on trees. Their identity felt erased. Yet, God did not leave them there. He stirred kings, shifted empires, and made a way for them to return. So it is with you. The systems that once held you will shift. The walls that kept you out will crumble. Heaven is aligning history itself to call you back home. Homecoming is not just about location. It is about alignment. It is stepping into the environment where your gifts are valued instead of dismissed. It is entering the atmosphere where your spirit breathes instead of suffocates. It is finding the space where you are not merely tolerated but celebrated. That is what God has prepared for you. You will notice the difference immediately. In exile, everything felt like struggle, like trying to plant seeds in barren ground. In homecoming, you will see fruit spring up naturally. Relationships will not be forced, they will flow. Doors will not be manipulated, they will swing wide. Peace will not be fleeting, it will anchor itself deeply. That is how you know exile is over. Chosen one. You have been conditioned in exile to appreciate homecoming in a way others cannot. There are people who live surrounded by blessing, but take it for granted. That will not be you. Because you have known the ache of wandering, you will cherish the joy of belonging. Because you have tasted rejection, you will savor acceptance. Because you have lived in silence, you will treasure every word of affirmation. Exile has given you eyes that see home as holy. And here is a mystery. Your exile was not wasted. The very roads you walked in loneliness built strength in you. The prayers you prayed in isolation sharpened your ears to heaven's voice. The nights you wept alone carved rivers of compassion in your heart. So, when you arrive at your homecoming, you will not arrive bitter, you will arrive prepared. You will be able to comfort others still wandering, because you know the terrain of exile too well. Think of Joseph in Egypt, sold by his brothers, exiled from his father's house, imprisoned for crimes he did not commit. Yet in the land of exile, God was shaping him for the palace. And when the homecoming moment arrived, Joseph stood not as a broken exile, but as a ruler who could say, "What you meant for evil, God meant for good." That is the testimony being written into your life. Do not fear the unknown of this homecoming. It will feel unfamiliar at first, almost too good to be true. You may even be tempted to question it. Do I really belong here? Is this truly for me? But do not let doubt rob you of what you endured to reach. Trust the voice that says, "You are home." Trust the peace that settles on your shoulders when you step into the right room. Trust the joy that floods when you meet the right people. Those are the signs of homecoming. Chosen one. Exile stripped you of false attachments. It showed you who truly stood with you and who did not. It peeled away illusions so that when the true connections come, you will recognize them immediately. You will not confuse counterfeit support with genuine covenant again. That discernment is the gift of exile. And homecoming is not only about receiving it, is also about releasing. In your new place of belonging, you will pour out what you carried all these years. Your wisdom will become counsel. Your scars will become maps. Your survival will become someone else's hope. That is why homecoming is so powerful. It transforms pain into purpose, exile into empowerment. Beloved chosen one, imagine yourself walking into a banquet hall. The table is set, candles burning, music playing. Around it sit those who have been waiting for you. A seat is prepared with your name on it. As you walk in, no one questions your right to be there. They do not ask for explanations. They simply smile and say, "We've been waiting for you." That is the picture of homecoming God paints over your spirit. Exile is over. The wandering is finished. The loneliness is breaking. You are stepping into your place, your people, your promise. The long journey through the wilderness has not been in vain. It has led you to the gates of home. Chosen one, breathe, rest, belong, for the season of exile has turned, and your homecoming has begun. Chosen one, joy is rising in you now, and this time, it is not temporary. For too long, you have known joy as fleeting, like the morning dew that vanishes when the sun climbs. You've had moments of laughter quickly silenced by sudden grief. You've held seasons of peace that felt too fragile, broken apart by storms you didn't see coming. But this new season is different. Heaven speaks clearly. This joy has no expiration date. Joy without expiration is not the same as happiness that comes and goes with circumstance. Happiness can be stolen by a harsh word, undone by a single setback. But joy is rooted in something deeper. It flows from the eternal presence of God within you. It does not vanish when battles arise. It grows stronger because it is fed by the river of life itself. This is why the joy coming to you now will outlast every storm, every change, every shifting shadow. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 30, verse 5. Weeping may stay for the night, but rejoicing comes in the morning. Oh, the morning has broken. Chosen one, your night has been long, filled with shadows of sorrow, silence, and unending questions. But now the first light of dawn stretches across your horizon. The weeping that seemed endless has reached its limit, and joy has stepped through the threshold to take its place. And this joy is not passing through, it is settling in. Think of how flowers bloom when sunlight finally touches them after days of storm. They do not bloom cautiously, as though unsure of the light. They open fully, boldly, as if they know the sun was made for them. That is what heaven is inviting you to do. Open fully to this joy. Stop waiting for it to be stolen. Stop suspecting it will be short-lived. This joy has been secured by heaven itself, and no thief can break that seal. Chosen one, you need to understand something vital. The enemy tried to make you believe that joy was always conditional. He whispered that peace would never last, that every good thing in your life was only a setup for disappointment. But he was wrong. Joy is not fragile. Joy is unbreakable when its root is divine. You are not standing on unstable ground anymore. You are standing on the rock that cannot be moved. Do you remember the times when laughter felt foreign to you? When smiling seemed like a betrayal of your pain? When every glimpse of happiness was clouded by the fear of it disappearing? Those days are over. God is rewriting the rhythm of your life. Laughter will be natural. Smiles will be effortless. Joy will no longer feel like an intruder, but like a permanent resident of your heart. This does not mean sorrow will never knock on your door again. Life will still hold its challenges. But here is the difference. Sorrow may visit, but it will not stay. It will pass like a shadow. But joy will remain like the sun. You will weep at times. Yes, but your weeping will no longer be endless. It will always give way to joy. That is the covenant written over your life. Joy, without expiration, is also contagious. It will not remain confined in you. When others step into your presence, they will feel the lightness, the peace, the laughter of heaven. They may not even know why, but something in them will lift. They will find themselves smiling simply because you carry unending joy. This is your new mantle. Chosen one, not just to experience joy, but to spread it. Do not underestimate how powerful this is. Joy is warfare. Where joy exists, despair cannot reign. Where laughter erupts, chains fall. Where rejoicing rises, darkness flees. Your joy will terrify the enemy because it is proof that he has failed. He tried to drown you in sorrow, yet here you are, overflowing with joy. He tried to bury you under grief, yet here you stand, radiating with unshakable gladness. Think of Paul and Silas in the prison, shackled, beaten, surrounded by darkness. They chose to sing. Their joy in that moment shook the very foundations of the prison, and the doors flew open. That is what your joy will do. Now it will open doors. It will break chains. It will shift atmospheres. Joy is not just a feeling, it is a force. Chosen one, this permanent joy is also your strength. You will find new energy rising in you. The tasks that once felt heavy will become light. The paths that once seemed endless will feel shorter. Your very steps will carry a spring again, because joy fuels your spirit like nothing else can. That's why Scripture also declares that the joy of the Lord is your strength. There will be days ahead when others around you are weighed down by despair. They will wonder how you continue to smile, how you keep walking with lightness in your eyes. And in that moment, your testimony will shine. You will say, This joy is not mine alone. It is the gift of the one who carried me through the night and brought me into the morning. Your words will not be theory, they will be living proof. Chosen one, hear this clearly. The morning is not coming, the morning is here. The joy you are stepping into is not an illusion waiting to vanish. It is the eternal promise of a faithful God. Accept it. Embrace it. Live in it. Let it flow through you like a river that cannot run dry. No longer brace yourself for disappointment. No longer live waiting for the other shoe to drop. No longer sabotage your joy with suspicion. Heaven says, your joy is permanent, sealed, and unshakable. Dance in it. Rest in it. Build with it. For this joy has no end. Chosen one, hear me well. Your enemies have been silenced for good. The voices that once mocked you, the tongues that twisted lies against you, the whispers that poisoned your reputation, they are gone. They rise no more. You endured their scorn. You survived their betrayal. And you pressed on while their laughter echoed. But now, heaven declares the courtroom closed and the verdict final. Those who accused you will speak no more. Do you remember the sting of their words? How gossip cut deeper than swords? How rumors spread faster than truth? Their intent was not simply to wound, it was to cripple your spirit, to convince you that your identity could be defined by their narratives. Yet even as they spoke, heaven's voice thundered louder. The author of your destiny never handed the pen to your enemies. They could comment on your story, but they could not write it. Their silence is not only your vindication, but also your release. You no longer have to spend energy proving yourself to those who were never meant to understand you. God Himself has spoken louder than their lies. The chapter of defending your worth is finished, and the new chapter of walking freely in truth has begun. Even now, heaven exchanges the sound of slander for the sound of songs. Where once whispers of accusation surrounded you, now melodies of praise echo around your life. Angels celebrate your endurance. Witnesses cheer your breakthrough. And creation itself recognizes the hand of God upon you. The silence of your enemies has created space for heaven's applause to fill the air. The prophet Elijah spoke, as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 37. Answer me, Lord, answer me, so these people will know that you, Lord, are God, and that you are turning their hearts back again. That verse captures the reality of this moment. Your vindication does not come from revenge, it comes from revelation. God silences your enemies, not by crushing them under your feet, but by lifting you so high that their words fall powerless to the ground. He answers you openly so that all may know it was never your strength but His hand. Chosen one, let this sink deep. Silence is sometimes louder than noise. When your enemies stop speaking, when their accusations fade, when their words no longer reach your ears, that silence thunders with victory. Their silence is not coincidence, it is consequence. God Himself has placed His hand over their mouths. They cannot curse what God has blessed. Think of Hannah, who endured the taunts of Peninnah year after year. Her rival mocked her barrenness, weaponized her pain, and tried to break her spirit. But when God opened Hannah's womb, the mocking ceased. Her blessing spoke louder than any insult. That is what is happening for you. The blessings arriving in your life will be so undeniable that your enemies will have no choice but to retreat in silence. The enemy's greatest weapon has always been words, lies, accusations, discouragement. But those weapons have now been stripped. Lies lose power when truth shines. Accusations dissolve when vindication arrives. Discouragement cannot linger when joy takes root. You stand today in a place where words that once wounded now bounce off you harmlessly. Chosen one. You will not need to defend yourself anymore. You will not need to explain, to prove, to argue. The fruit of your life will testify louder than your words ever could. When people see the hand of God resting on you, they will know the truth without you saying a thing. That is how heaven silences your enemies, by making your life its own declaration. And here is something to ponder. Some of those who once opposed you will be drawn to you for help. The same mouths that spoke against you may return in need, and because you are chosen, you will not respond with vengeance but with grace. For in showing mercy, you prove that your spirit was never defined by their cruelty, but others will fade entirely. Their voices will not return, because their season in your life is permanently closed. Do not chase them. Do not mourn their absence. Trust the wisdom of heaven that removes what no longer serves your destiny. Their silence is your release. Think of Jesus standing before Pilate, accused by leaders, mocked by soldiers, betrayed by friends. He did not argue. He did not defend. He stood in silence, because the truth did not need a defense. And on the third day, his resurrection silenced every accuser forever. That same resurrection power rests on you. You do not need to answer false voices. Your new life answers for you. Chosen one. Your enemies are not just people. They are also the inner voices of doubt, fear, and shame. These voices have been loud for years, telling you that you are not enough, that you will fail again, that your past defines you. But now, even those voices are silenced. God's truth has drowned them out. Instead of, "You are nothing," you now hear, "You are chosen." Instead of, "You will fail," you now hear, "You are victorious." Instead of, "Your past binds you," you now hear, "Your future is secure." End of sent. This is why you must walk differently now. No more crouching under the weight of accusation. No more living timidly, afraid of what others might say. Their words are gone. Heaven's word remains. Live boldly. Speak freely. Shine fully. You owe nothing to the voices that tried to break you. And now, chosen one, it is your turn to respond. In the comments, type these 3 words: I am free. Oh, type it not as ritual, but as declaration. By writing those words, you seal the truth in your spirit. The chains of accusation are broken. The weight of slander is lifted. The power of lies is gone. I am free is not just a phrase, it is prophecy. It is the anthem of someone who knows their enemies are silenced for good. Understand the depth of this act. When you write, I am free, you are aligning with heaven's decree. You are choosing to no longer rehearse the pain of words spoken against you. You are choosing to live forward, not backward. You are telling the world and your own soul, the silence of my enemies is my victory song. Chosen one. Breathe it in peace, surrounds you. No more whispers haunting your nights. No more accusations shadowing your steps. No more rumors trailing your name. The courtroom is empty. The case dismissed. The judge has ruled in your favor. You are free, and the silence of your enemies is your eternal testimony. Chosen one. Pause and listen. The sound you hear is not your imagination. It is the roar of heaven's applause. You may not see the crowd, but the witnesses are countless. Every step you endured, every tear you shed, every battle you fought in silence has drawn the attention of heaven. And now, the host of eternity thunders in celebration because you did not give up. You did not quit. You crossed the line. Think of how a stadium erupts when the runner crosses the finish line. Not because the crowd ran the race, but because they watched the endurance. That is you now. A cloud of witnesses surrounds you, shouting your name, recognizing your perseverance, and praising the one who carried you through. The race was long, but you finished it with faith. The ancient words recorded in the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 1, declare this truth. Since we are surrounded by such a great cloud of witnesses, let us throw off everything that hinders and sin that so easily entangles. Chosen one. Do not dismiss this moment as small. You are standing in the applause of heaven. Every angel knows your name. The witnesses of faith who went before you now celebrate your endurance. Abraham, who left his home, Moses, who crossed the Red Sea, David, who stood against giants, Esther, who risked her life, Paul, who kept the faith. They are watching you, clapping as you step into your victory. You may feel ordinary, but heaven says extraordinary. You may feel unnoticed on earth, but heaven knows you are marked. The noise of applause in the unseen realm is shaking the very air around you. Even when people on earth fail to celebrate you, do not be deceived. You are celebrated in eternity. Chosen one. This applause is not only for what you endured, but for what you carry. You are a living testimony. You are proof that the Word of God stands unshaken. Every moment you chose faith instead of fear became a song in heaven. Every time you prayed when you wanted to quit, angels leaned closer. Every act of obedience became a verse in your victory anthem. This is why you must walk differently now. Heaven's applause is not meant to inflate your pride, but to strengthen your purpose. You are not just a survivor, you are a torchbearer. You now carry light for those still running. You have become a landmark, a testimony that finishing is possible, that perseverance is rewarded. But here is where I must speak with gentle honesty. So many people in this world are still weary, still running, still wondering if the finish line exists. They scroll through endless noise, looking for hope, for a sign that their suffering has meaning. You may be the bridge that connects them to this very truth. And so, if this word has lifted your spirit, if you feel the thunder of heaven's applause in your heart, let me ask you not as pressure, but as invitation to help extend this sound. When you like this message, it's as though you are adding your own clap to heaven's chorus. When you share, you are letting someone else hear the applause they desperately need. When you subscribe, you are saying, I want to remain in the stream of this encouragement. I want to continue running with the cloud of witnesses. 1. Each action is more than digital. It is spiritual. It's the way you partner with heaven's voice to reach the ones who feel unseen. Imagine someone on the edge of despair stumbling onto your shared post. Hearing the words, the witnesses applaud you, and deciding not to give up. That is the ripple effect of your obedience. Think of applause as waves. One clap may seem small, but together they form a thunder that cannot be ignored. Your click of a button, your act of sharing, your subscription, all of it joins with the roar of heaven to create a sound strong enough to shake despair off another soul. Chosen one. Your journey is not just about you. Your story is a trumpet that calls others forward. By amplifying this message, you join the great cloud of witnesses, cheering for others, still running. That is how heaven multiplies applause through you. Picture this: you once ran weary, doubting if you would make it, but someone's word reached you, and it carried you another mile. Now you have become that voice for someone else. Do not underestimate the weight of your yes, the impact of your share, the power of your encouragement. The applause of heaven is permanent, but the echo on earth needs voices. Let your voice be one. Let your actions resound. When you like, when you share, when you subscribe, you are not just clicking, you are clapping in rhythm with heaven's eternal thunder. Chosen one. Feel the applause. Absorb it. Let it strengthen you. But then pass it on. There are still runners gasping for breath, still warriors dragging their feet. They need to hear what you now know. Heaven is watching. Heaven is cheering. And victory is certain. Do not let the sound stop with you. Amplify it. Extend it. Multiply it. The same way heaven applauds you. You now become the echo that tells others, keep going. You are not alone. Oh, for you are chosen. You are crowned. And you are celebrated. Not just by man, but by eternity itself. Chosen one. Step carefully into this revelation. The inheritance unfolds before you. For years, you felt as though you were surviving on scraps, living day to day, catching only glimpses of what was promised. You held on to words spoken over your life, but they seemed distant, like stars glittering beyond reach. Yet now, heaven is unlocking what has always been yours. Not a portion, not a fragment, but the fullness of your inheritance. Inheritance is different from a gift. A gift can be random, spontaneous, even temporary. Inheritance is secured by bloodline, by identity, by covenant. It belongs to you, not because you earned it, but because of who you are. You are chosen. That identity is your key. And heaven has been waiting for the right moment to place the inheritance into your hands. The Word of God declares in the book of Ephesians, chapter 1, verse 11, "In him we were also chosen, having been predestined according to the plan of him who works out everything in conformity with the purpose of his will." Chosen one. Do you see it? You were predestined. Your inheritance is not a new idea. It was written into the fabric of your life before you took your first breath. Every trial you faced was not to erase the promise, but to prepare you to handle it. What use is land to someone who does not know how to sow? What use is authority to someone who has not learned humility? That is why the inheritance was delayed, not denied, but delayed until you were ready to carry it without crumbling. Look closely at your life. Do you not see the first signs? Doors that once seemed bolted now creak open. Resources that once slipped through your fingers now gather at your feet. Wisdom that once eluded you now flows naturally in your speech. This is inheritance, not something you chase, but something that chases you. And this inheritance is not only spiritual, though it begins there. Yes, you are walking in deeper authority, carrying a sharper discernment, radiating a presence that unsettles darkness. But inheritance also touches the tangible: opportunities, relationships, provision. All of these will align themselves under heaven's decree. Your table is being set in the sight of those who once said you would never eat. Remember how Joseph's inheritance unfolded. It did not arrive in the form of a golden crown dropped from the sky. It came through stages: favor in prison, wisdom in interpretation, and finally rulership in Egypt. Each stage looked ordinary until the fullness was revealed. In the same way, do not despise the small signs of inheritance: the job offer, the new friendship, the sudden idea. These are threads weaving into the tapestry of your promised portion. Chosen one. Inheritance also brings responsibility. It is not simply wealth to enjoy, but legacy to steward. God entrusts land to those who will cultivate it, not abandon it. He entrusts authority to those who will serve, not dominate. He entrusts influence to those who will lift others, not themselves. This is why you endured the trials you did. They shaped you into a steward, not just a receiver. And do not fear losing what has now been given. Unlike worldly riches, this inheritance cannot be stolen by thieves, cannot be eaten by moths, cannot be consumed by rust. It is anchored in eternity and manifests in time. Even if one stream dries, another will spring forth. For your source is unshakable. Some of what unfolds will surprise you. Blessings you forgot you prayed for will suddenly appear. Dreams you buried will breathe again. Relationships you thought were permanently broken may be restored, or replaced with better than you imagined. Every strand of loss is being rewoven into gain. This is the nature of inheritance. It is larger than memory, greater than imagination. Consider the Israelites as they entered the promised land. They inherited cities they did not build, vineyards they did not plant, wells they did not dig. The land flowed with milk and honey because God Himself had prepared it. That is your picture now. You are about to walk into places already furnished for your arrival. Chosen one. Do not shrink back in false humility. Do not sabotage this moment by questioning whether you deserve it. Inheritance is not about deserving, it is about belonging. A child does not earn their place at the table. They sit because they are family. You sit now because heaven calls you son, daughter, chosen. There will be voices of jealousy. Those who look at your portion and murmur, "Why them?" But their questions are irrelevant. The inheritance was not theirs to decide. It was written in heaven long before their opinion formed. And no jealousy, no envy, no accusation can cancel what has been sealed by God. Chosen one. Lift your head. Stretch out your hands. The inheritance is unfolding not in secret, not in fragments, but in fullness. Every step you take now will uncover another layer. Every morning will reveal fresh provision. Every encounter will carry divine alignment. You are living not in scarcity, but in abundance designed for you. This is not the end of your journey, but it is the end of wandering. You are no longer a beggar at doors that do not open. You are an heir walking into rooms prepared for you. You do not scrape crumbs from the table. You sit at the feast. You do not chase after scraps of approval. You carry the seal of divine affirmation. Chosen one. Breathe deeply. Let the truth settle. Inheritance is yours. It was always yours. And now it unfolds before you, like a scroll opening, revealing promises line by line. What once seemed distant is now tangible. What once was hope is now reality. Walk boldly into it. Receive it fully. And never forget you are chosen, and chosen ones inherit. Chosen one. Step into this moment with reverence. The chapter of completion is here. For so long, your life felt like a book with missing pages, like a song paused mid-verse, like a journey with no destination in sight. You carried unanswered questions, unfinished dreams, and unresolved battles. Yet heaven now proclaims, this chapter is complete. The loose ends are being tied. The unfinished is being finished. The incomplete is being sealed with finality. Completion is not the same as conclusion. Conclusion means something ends and disappears. Completion means the end of a process that births a new reality. You are not being erased, you are being fulfilled. Everything you endured, every trial, every detour, all of it has come together in divine orchestration. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is random. Nothing is missing. Completion is the sound of chains falling, the release of a breath you didn't know you were holding. It is the shift from tension to harmony, from waiting to arrival. You are not stepping into emptiness, but into fullness, where every missing piece finally finds its place. Chosen one. Your completion is heaven's signature upon your life. It is not a fragile moment that can be undone, but a permanent seal of destiny. The work of years, the pain of seasons, the faith of countless prayers have all converged into one reality. Your story is whole. It is written in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, being confident of this, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Chosen one. Let those words sink deep. The one who began your story is the one finishing it. He did not start to abandon you midway. He did not invest his spirit in you to leave you half-formed. Every unfinished work is now being completed by his hand. You may not understand how, but you will witness it. The author never leaves his story incomplete. Completion is a holy thing. It carries weight. When something is completed, it no longer drains you, no longer keeps you circling the same mountain. Completion is the release that says, you may move forward now. How many years did you feel stuck, repeating the same battles, revisiting the same disappointments, reliving the same wounds? That cycle is over. The door of completion has closed on it forever. Think of Noah. The ark was not considered safe until it was complete. The work was long, the labor intense, and the ridicule constant. Yet Noah's obedience brought him to the final hammer stroke. Once the ark was finished, salvation was secure. That is what your completion looks like. It is not random. It is the vessel that will carry you into your promise. Think also of Jesus on the cross. His final words were not, "It is over," but "It is finished." That distinction matters. He did not speak of collapse, but of completion. The work of salvation was finished, and a new era was born. In the same way, your old struggles end not with emptiness, but with fulfillment. Completion always births something greater. Chosen one. Many people live their lives in cycles of beginnings without endings. They start projects but never finish. They make promises but never fulfill. They plant but never harvest. That was never meant to be your story. You are chosen, and chosen ones finish. Your completion is a mark of distinction. It separates you from those who give up halfway. This season may feel strange because the weight you carried for so long is suddenly gone. You may even wonder, what do I do now that the fight is finished? The answer is simple. Live in the fullness of completion. Step into new assignments without dragging the old battles with you. Celebrate without apology. Rest without guilt. For the season of striving is over, and the reward of completion is yours. Completion also restores dignity. How many times did you feel mocked for not yet arriving? How many times did others point at your unfinished state as proof you would never make it? Yet now, as the work is completed, even they will see that what God begins, He finishes. Their doubt becomes irrelevant in the face of undeniable fulfillment. Chosen one, allow yourself to rejoice. The sense of incompleteness that haunted you is silenced. The scattered pieces are drawn together. The story is whole. What once felt like fragments of your life now align into a masterpiece. Heaven looks at you and declares, "It is good. It is finished. It is complete." End of. But there is something else. Completion is not just for you. Your story of completion becomes the map for others. Those still circling their mountains will look at your breakthrough and find courage to keep pressing. Those who doubted God's timing will see in your testimony that delays are not denials. Your completed chapter will birth faith in countless others. And now, chosen one, it is time for your prophetic response. I want you to go into the comments and type the number 555. Do not underestimate this act. 5 is the number of grace, and repeated 3 times, it shouts, grace upon grace upon grace. By typing 555, you declare that grace has carried you through to completion. You declare that what once was unfinished is now finished by God's hand. You declare that this new chapter is written not with striving but with grace overflowing. Think of it like sealing a letter. Your life is the message, and heaven is the ink. But when you type 555, you place the seal upon it, declaring to all, this work is complete, signed and secured by grace. Completion, beloved, is permanent. What God has finished cannot be undone. What He has sealed cannot be broken. What He has spoken cannot be revoked. You are stepping out of cycles, stepping into fullness, and walking with the assurance that the chapter is finished. So breathe, rejoice, and walk boldly. The work is done. The story is whole. The inheritance is secure, and your chapter of completion will shine as testimony forever. Chosen one, a holy exchange is taking place. The rags of your struggle, the garments stained with sorrow, the clothes torn by battles, these are being taken from you in their place. Heaven clothes you with new garments of glory. You are not dressed any longer in survival. You are adorned now in honor, clothed in dignity, robed in victory. Garments in Scripture always signify identity. When Joseph's brothers stripped him of his coat, they were trying to rob him of destiny. When the prodigal son returned, his father placed the best robe upon him to restore his sonship. When priests stood before the altar, they wore garments of consecration to symbolize holiness. What you wear spiritually declares who you are, and God is declaring over you, no longer clothed in shame, but clothed in glory. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 3, to bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. End of 4. Chosen one. You carried ashes for long enough. You wore heaviness like a cloak. It followed you through days and nights, making even simple tasks feel impossible. But the season of ashes has ended. The exchange has been made. The garment of praise is yours. This is not something you borrow, it is your permanent attire. Do you remember the shame that once weighed on you? The sense that your past defined you, that your failures were tattooed on your skin for the world to see? That shame is gone. God does not clothe his chosen ones with rags of regret. He removes them, burns them, and replaces them with garments of honor that shine brighter than the memory of your mistakes. This new garment is not fragile. It does not stain easily. It is woven with threads of grace, embroidered with mercy, and lined with strength. Even when storms come, it remains unshaken. Even when accusations rise, it remains unstained. What heaven places upon you cannot be removed by human hands. Chosen one. Think of how a bride walks down the aisle. She does not wear rags, but a gown prepared for glory. All eyes are drawn not to her scars, but to her beauty. That is what heaven has done for you. The years of toil have prepared your moment of unveiling, and now your garments tell the world, you are chosen. You are beloved. You are radiant. And with new garments comes new authority. The old clothes of slavery cannot fit a ruler. That is why Joseph was given new garments when Pharaoh elevated him. That is why the prodigal son was dressed in the finest robe when restored. Authority is always confirmed with a change of attire. Your garments are not simply decorative, they signify your seat in the places heaven has prepared. You may feel unworthy of such glory. You may ask, why me? How can I wear this when I know my flaws? But remember, these garments are not stitched by your hands. They are crafted by God himself. He does not dress you based on perfection, but on calling. He knows your flaws and still robes you with honor, because your identity is not in your failures, but in his choosing. This transformation is not only for others to see, it is for you to feel. You will notice the shift within yourself. The heaviness you once carried will feel foreign. The despair that once clung to you will no longer fit. You will begin to move differently, speak differently, even think differently, because you are clothed differently. And as you wear these garments, the atmosphere around you will respond. Doors will open, not because you pushed them, but because your garments announce who you are. People will notice something unexplainable, an authority they cannot deny, a radiance they cannot ignore. That is the power of being clothed by heaven. Chosen one. Let go of the rags. Stop holding on to the clothes of yesterday. They may feel familiar, but they no longer belong to you. Do not pick up the cloak of despair again. Do not wrap yourself in shame again. Leave them behind, for your wardrobe has been transformed forever. Consider how the beggar Bartimaeus threw off his cloak when Jesus called him. That cloak represented his old identity, his life of begging and blindness. Throwing it off was his act of faith. He knew he would not need it again. So it is with you. Throw off the cloak of despair. You will not return to it. Your new garments also carry fragrance. Just as priests were anointed with oil, your garments are soaked in the aroma of heaven. Wherever you go, the scent of joy, peace, and glory will linger. People will not just see a change in you, they will sense it, even before you speak. And here is the beauty. These garments are eternal. They are not like worldly fashion that fades with trends. They are timeless, sealed in the Spirit, a reflection of the glory you will carry into eternity. The same robes you wear now in the Spirit are glimpses of the white robes you will wear in the presence of God forever. Chosen one, walk boldly in your new attire. Lift your head. Let your light shine. The garments of glory are not for hiding, but for revealing. They reveal the hand of God upon your life. They reveal the transformation you endured. They reveal the truth that your story has always been leading to this moment of radiance. You are no longer clothed in the shame of exile. You are robed in the glory of homecoming. You are no longer wrapped in the ashes of despair. You are adorned with the beauty of destiny. Wear your garments proudly, humbly, faithfully, for they declare to all, you are chosen, and chosen ones shine. Chosen one. Can you feel the weight lifting? For so long, burdens have been your constant companions. You have carried worries like boulders on your back, debts that haunted you, responsibilities that felt heavier than your strength, memories that clung to you like chains. Every step forward felt like trudging through thick mud. Every breath, a reminder of pressure that would not relent. But now, the Spirit whispers clearly, the burdens are lifting. This moment is not symbolic, it is real. Heaven does not speak lightly. The release you are stepping into is not a temporary break before the weight returns. No, this is the end of that season of heaviness. God is untying the ropes, unlocking the shackles, and pulling the stones off your shoulders. You will stand taller, breathe freer, and walk lighter than you ever have before. Think of an ox, bowed under a yoke. It pulls heavy loads without rest, its strength drained day after day. That was your story, yoked to burdens that were not yours to bear. But listen, the yoke is broken, the plow is released. You are no longer chained to cycles of toil that leave you empty. Heaven replaces the yoke of heaviness with a mantle of freedom. It is written in the book of Matthew, chapter 11, verse 30, "For my yoke is easy and my burden is light." Chosen one. These words are more than comfort. They are truth alive within you. The heaviness you carried was never your destiny. You were never meant to walk hunched beneath despair. You were chosen for freedom, for rest, for peace. And now you are stepping into the reality Jesus spoke. A life not defined by constant struggle, but by a lightness of spirit. Do you remember the sleepless nights when worries spun endlessly in your mind? Do you remember the financial pressures that left you wondering how tomorrow would come together? Do you remember the emotional weight of carrying others, always pouring out with nothing poured back into you? Those memories are real, but they are not your future. The burdens that once defined you are being lifted permanently. Sometimes burdens are not visible to others. You smiled, you functioned, you showed up, yet deep inside you were drowning under invisible weight. That hidden heaviness was one of the hardest trials, because no one seemed to understand the battle within. But heaven understood. Heaven saw the strain in your soul, the silent tears, the exhaustion that went unnoticed. And heaven has declared, enough, chosen one. When burdens lift, posture changes. Your shoulders straighten, your eyes rise. You notice beauty around you that you had no energy to see before. You begin to dream again because the fog of heaviness clears. You laugh easier, breathe deeper, love more freely. This is not just physical relief, it is spiritual renewal. Consider the children of Israel in Egypt. They carried bricks under the lash of slavery. Every day was labor without reward. Yet when God broke the chains, they walked out, not empty, but with treasure in their hands. That is your story. You are not just being freed from burdens, you are being enriched as you go. What weighed you down is replaced by abundance that lifts you higher. Chosen one. There is also wisdom here. Some burdens you picked up were never yours to carry. You took on the expectations of others, the responsibilities of those who refused to bear their own weight. Out of love, you tried to carry what broke them, but it nearly broke you too. This lifting is not just relief, it is God's way of teaching you to discern. You will no longer take on weights that do not belong to you. Other burdens came from the lies of the enemy. Shame whispered, "You will always carry this." Fear said, "If you drop this weight, everything will collapse." But those were lies. Today, truth exposes them. The shame you carried is not yours. It has been nailed to the cross. The fear that controlled you has no authority. It dissolves under perfect love. The lifting of burdens is also prophetic of new strength. Without the weights dragging you down, you will discover energy you forgot you had. Ideas will return. Passions will ignite. Even your physical body will feel the difference as stress releases its grip. You are stepping into a vitality that surprises even you. Chosen one. Lifting does not mean erasing your past. The memories may remain, but the pain tied to them no longer controls you. It is like removing venom from a wound. The scar may stay, but the poison is gone. Your burdens have been detoxed from your spirit. You carry memory, but not heaviness. You carry testimony, but not trauma. Imagine a bird with clipped wings suddenly healed. For years, it hopped on the ground, watching others soar. But when its wings are restored, flight becomes natural again. That is you. The weights that kept you grounded have been taken, and now you will soar where you once crawled. Do not be afraid of this freedom. Sometimes, when you have carried burdens for so long, the absence of weight feels uncomfortable, even suspicious. You might think, when will the next burden come? But hear me, this freedom is permanent. Do not sabotage it by expecting heaviness again. Embrace the lightness as your new reality. Chosen one. Your story is shifting from survival to overflow. Burdens once drained your resources, but now that weight is lifted. Your capacity expands. Where you once struggled to endure, now you thrive. Where you once only carried others, now you soar high enough to lift them too. The lifting of burdens has not only freed you, it has equipped you. This moment is holy. Let it sink into your spirit. You are lighter than you have ever been. You are free in ways you once thought impossible. And this freedom is not fragile. It is fortified by heaven itself. The lifting is permanent. So step forward, chosen one, with your head high and your spirit renewed. For the garments of heaviness are gone, and the robe of freedom now rests on your shoulders. Chosen one, heaven has spoken, and the decree of the King stands unshaken. When kings of earth issue decrees, they are subject to revision. Laws can be repealed. Edicts can be challenged. Signatures can be overturned. But when the King of all kings speaks, his word is final, eternal, sealed in heaven and written into time. What he declares cannot be undone. For years you felt like your life was swayed by the words of others, bosses, judges, critics, even the whispers of enemies. Their decisions seemed to determine your future. But hear this truth: their voices were temporary. The decree that matters most has already been spoken over you by the eternal King. His decree says you are free, you are chosen, you are blessed, and you are unstoppable. It is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 119, verse 89. Your word, Lord, is eternal. It stands firm in the heavens. Chosen one. That is your anchor. The decree of the King does not waver with seasons. It does not bend to circumstances. It does not crack under pressure. It stands firm. That means when life shifts, when storms rage, when people falter, the decree remains unbroken. Think of the old wax seals used by kings. When an edict was written, hot wax was poured on the scroll, and the king pressed his signet ring into it. Once sealed, no one dared to tamper with it. So it is with your life. The decree of heaven is sealed with the ring of the Almighty. His word over you cannot be erased. Chosen one. Imagine yourself as a ship in a stormy sea. Waves crash, winds howl, and the vessel trembles. But then the captain drops an anchor. The waves still rage, but the ship holds steady. The decree of God is your anchor. It holds you when everything else is unstable. It assures you that no matter what shakes around you, what He has spoken over you will never be shaken. The decree of heaven says your past is forgiven. No accusation can reopen that case. The decree says your future is secure. No force of darkness can cancel that promise. The decree says your identity is sealed. No lie of the enemy can steal your crown. The word of the King is not wishful thinking. It is legal binding in the courts of eternity. But let me speak to your heart. Often, we struggle not because the decree is weak, but because we forget to live in it. We let the noise of fear drown out the echo of His voice. We let the doubts of others sound louder than the seal of heaven. But today, you must return to the decree. Stand on it. Speak it. Live in it. Chosen one. The decree is also a letter to be shared. When a royal decree was issued, heralds carried it from village to village, proclaiming, "The King has spoken. That is your call now." Do not keep the word hidden. Let it sound through your life, through your voice, through your testimony. Your very existence becomes the herald, declaring, "The King's decree still stands." And here is where I want to speak with sincerity. As one who journeys with you, if these words resonate with your spirit, if they feel like oil poured over weary places in your heart, then I invite you gently, humbly, and with honor to help this decree be heard by others. When you like this word, you are adding your amen to heaven's decree. It is like lighting a candle in a dark room, joining your flame to the fire of truth. When you share, you become the herald, carrying the decree beyond your own walls, letting someone else know that the King's word still stands over their life. When you subscribe, you are saying, "I choose to remain close to this stream, to hear each decree as it comes, to keep walking in step with the truth." And yes, if you feel stirred to give, to donate, let it not be seen as a transaction but as a planting, Every seed you place becomes like ink upon the parchment, writing the decree of freedom into someone else's story. You may never meet them, but your generosity will reach them. A single gift can carry the King's decree into places you cannot go yourself. Picture this: a great bell in a high tower, struck once, sending waves of sound across valleys and hills. That bell does not ring by itself. It needs someone to pull the rope. By your actions, whether liking, sharing, subscribing, or giving, you are pulling the rope. You are helping the sound of the decree echo farther than it ever could alone. This is not about pressure. It is about purpose. It is about recognizing that you are part of something larger than your own life. The King's decree is not meant for one, it is meant for many. And through you, many will hear it. Chosen one. Let these images remain with you. The sealed scroll in the King's chamber. The anchor holding fast in the storm. The bell ringing across the land. Each one is a picture of what his decree means. It is secure. It is steady. It is resounding. And you are the one chosen to carry its sound forward. So live, boldly. Not as one uncertain of tomorrow, but as one sealed by the decree of eternity. Walk with peace. Not as one tossed by every wave, but as one anchored in unshakable truth. Speak with confidence. Not as one repeating opinions, but as one declaring the King's eternal word. For the decree stands. It stood yesterday. It stands today. And it will stand tomorrow. Heaven has spoken, and nothing can silence what has been sealed. Chosen one. Joy is the song rising from your soul, now the joy of the redeemed. It is not shallow laughter or momentary happiness. It is not the fragile gladness that depends on things going right. This is the deep, unshakable joy that only redemption can bring. The joy that wells up from knowing the chains are broken, the debts are cancelled, and the past no longer owns you. For so long, sorrow sang louder. You knew the sound of mourning, the taste of despair, the echo of emptiness. Nights of weeping became routine. Smiles felt borrowed, and laughter, when it came, seemed to vanish too quickly. Yet all of that has shifted. You stand now in a new atmosphere, where joy is no longer an occasional visitor, but a permanent resident. The Word of God declares in the book of Isaiah, chapter 51, verse 11, those the Lord has rescued will return. They will enter Zion with singing. Everlasting joy will crown their heads. Sorrow will flee away. Chosen one, everlasting joy crowns you now. Imagine that picture. Joy not simply in your heart, but resting upon your head like a crown. It is your new identity, your visible testimony. Others will look at you and see lightness in your steps, radiance in your eyes, peace in your presence. That is not because life has become perfect, but because redemption has made your spirit unshakable. Redemption rewrites your story. It takes the pages inked with failure and pain and overlays them with words of grace and triumph. The chapters you once avoided rereading are now transformed into testimonies. This is why your joy is stronger now than it ever could have been before. You are not joyful because nothing went wrong. You are joyful because everything that went wrong has been redeemed. Think of the Israelites after the Red Sea. They had lived in bondage, beaten and burdened, their backs bent under Egypt's cruelty. But when the sea closed behind them, The sound that filled the air was not fear, but song. Miriam lifted her tambourine, and the redeemed danced in freedom. That same spirit of celebration rests on you now. The sea that once threatened you has swallowed your enemies, and your feet move to the rhythm of joy. Chosen one. Joy of the redeemed is not passive, it is fierce. It is the defiance of despair, the rebellion against sorrow, the declaration that darkness has lost. Every laugh that rises from you now is a weapon. Every smile is a banner. Every song in your spirit is a victory march. Do not underestimate this. The enemy cannot stand joy. He thrives on despair, feeds on discouragement, and drinks from the cup of hopelessness. But joy suffocates him. Joy is proof that his weapons failed. Joy is evidence that his plans collapsed. When you carry joy, you carry undeniable testimony that redemption has triumphed. And this joy is not confined to you. It spills out. People around you will sense it. Even if they cannot name it, they will be drawn to your presence because something about you feels like rest, like sunlight, like hope. That is the joy of the redeemed. It is contagious. It does not stay silent. It multiplies in the lives it touches. Chosen one. This joy also strengthens you. You know the verse, "The joy of the Lord is your strength." It is more than poetry, it is reality. In the past, your strength drained quickly because it was powered by striving. Now, your strength is fueled by joy. You rise each day renewed. Not because circumstances are easier, but because your spirit is sustained by divine gladness. Think of Paul and Silas in prison, beaten, chained, surrounded by darkness. They chose to sing. Their joy was not tied to freedom. They were still confined. Their joy was tied to redemption. They knew they were already free in spirit. And when their joy rose, the prison walls shook, and the doors flew open. That is the power of the redeemed. Their joy is not confined by environment. It transforms environment. Chosen one. You have been given this same power. Your joy will shake atmospheres. It will open doors not only for you, but for those around you. The redeemed never rejoice for themselves alone. Their joy becomes a key for others. When you smile in the face of trial, you unlock hope in someone else. When you sing despite scars, you inspire courage in another. This joy is also everlasting. That means it does not expire when storms come. Challenges may arrive, but sorrow cannot stay. Pain may knock, but it will not linger. Joy becomes your default, your constant, your crown. Understand this. Joy of the redeemed does not erase memory. You will still remember your valleys, but they will no longer sting. Instead, each memory becomes fuel for gratitude. You will look back at chains and laugh, not because they were light, but because they are gone. You will revisit nights of sorrow and rejoice, not because they were easy, but because redemption carried you through them. Chosen one. Live boldly in this joy. Do not suppress it out of fear of what others might think. Do not hide it because others are still in sorrow. Shine it fully, for your joy is their invitation. When they see the radiance upon you, they will know redemption is possible for them too. Let your laughter echo. Let your singing rise. Let your joy overflow. For this is not a fragile gift. It is your eternal inheritance as one redeemed. Chosen one. The battles you endured are not simply chapters in your story, they have become your identity. Victory is no longer something you occasionally taste, it is the air you breathe, the truth you live in, the name you wear. You are not defined by scars, but by triumph. You are not merely a survivor, but more than a conqueror. The days of calling yourself weak, forgotten, or broken have ended. From this point forward, you carry one name, victorious. For so long, you thought victory was an event, something to hope for, something that came and went like rare rain in a desert. But heaven has redefined it for you. Victory is not a moment in time, it is a mantle on your shoulders. You don't chase it anymore, you walk in it. Every step forward is proof that you are standing in what was once only a promise. The Apostle Paul wrote in the letter to the Romans, chapter 8, verse 37, "No, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." Oh, chosen one, meditate on those words, more than conquerors. A conqueror defeats an enemy, but someone more than a conqueror does not just win battles, they carry dominion. That is you now. You are not scrambling from one struggle to the next. You are established in victory, carrying authority over every space you step into. Think back to how you used to measure yourself. You saw your worth through the lens of wounds. You introduced yourself to yourself by your failures, your delays, your mistakes. But the truth is, you were always marked for victory. Every battle was not evidence of your weakness, but confirmation of your calling. Hell does not waste its energy on the unthreatening. The intensity of your warfare revealed the magnitude of your destiny. Victory as identity means you no longer live reactionary. You don't wake each morning bracing for another attack. Instead, you rise with confidence that no matter what the day brings, the outcome is secure. The battleground may shift, but the banner over your life never does. You walk under a flag that reads, "Victory." And consider David. Before he became king, his identity was shaped through battles. Lion, bear, giant. Each one was not just a win, but a statement. By the time he faced Goliath, he no longer asked if he could win. Victory had become who he was. That same truth is now yours. Giants may still rise, but they no longer intimidate you. They are simply platforms to display the victory you already carry. Chosen one, victory also reshapes your perspective on pain. Where once you asked, "Why me?" Now you see, "Of course me." You realize each trial refined you. Each hardship strengthened you. Each loss redirected you. None of it wasted. None of it random. Every bruise was training. Every tear was watering. Every delay was building. Victory does not erase the battles, it redeems them. When you carry victory as identity, your presence alone unsettles darkness. You don't even have to speak. The light you radiate announces it. Demons recognize it. Heaven reinforces it. People sense it. That is why rooms feel different when you walk in, not because you are loud, but because you are victorious. Chosen one. Understand this. Victory is not arrogance. It does not puff up. It bows low. It knows that triumph was never your doing, but his. The crown you wear is heavy with grace. That humility will keep your victory from turning into pride. You will shine without boasting, lead without oppressing, and triumph without trampling others. Your testimony will carry power because it is not theory, it is proof. When you speak of freedom, people will believe because they see the chains you once carried are gone. When you talk of healing, they will know it's real because your scars no longer bleed. When you declare hope, they will feel it because despair no longer lingers in your eyes. Victory is written across your very being, and this identity is not private, it is generational. What you win now becomes inheritance for those who come after you. Your children, spiritual or natural, will walk in battles already decided by your victories. Your family line will be marked, not by cycles of defeat, but by cycles of triumph. That is the legacy of the chosen ones. Think of Joshua leading Israel. He inherited not just a promise, but the victories of Moses. He stepped into battles already framed by past triumphs. In the same way, those who follow you will not start from scratch. They will build on the foundation of your victories. That is why identity matters. You are not just living for yourself. You are establishing a lineage of conquerors. Chosen one. Live this truth fully. Stop speaking of yourself as broken. Stop diminishing your own journey. Stop apologizing for your triumphs. Walk in the authority you have been given. Carry victory as naturally as breath. Let it become the language of your thoughts, the rhythm of your steps, the atmosphere of your presence. There will still be challenges, yes, but the difference now is how you see them. You will not see battles as threats, but as opportunities to display glory. You will not see trials as traps, but as stages for testimony. You will not see wounds as shame, but as proof that you cannot be defeated. Chosen one. Stand tall. Victory is not behind you. It is not ahead of you. It is upon you. Wear it. Live it. Speak it. For you are more than a conqueror, and nothing in heaven, earth, or hell can strip that name from you. Chosen one. The time of striving is over. The season of wrestling, of restless nights, of constant survival, it has ended. You are stepping into prophetic rest, a rest that cannot be disturbed by circumstance, a rest that flows not from the absence of battle, but from the presence of victory. This rest is not ordinary, it is holy. It is the Sabbath of your spirit, the reward of endurance, the sign that heaven has declared, enough. And you may wonder, what does prophetic rest mean? It is more than physical sleep. It is the atmosphere of heaven dwelling within you, where fear has no voice and anxiety has no authority. It is a state where your soul no longer waits for the next attack, but rests in the knowledge that the battle is already won, as was spoken in the sacred texts of old. In the book of Hebrews, chapter 4, verse 9, there remains, then, a Sabbath rest for the people of God. Chosen one. That promise is yours. It is not reserved for a distant future. It is not something you must strive endlessly to reach. It is present now, unfolding around you, filling your heart with peace that no storm can shake. You no longer move in cycles of exhaustion. You move in rhythms of grace. Think back to the countless nights when your mind would not quiet, when your spirit carried the weight of questions without answers. Those nights were heavy, filled with the tension of exile. Yet now, that tension breaks. The prophetic rest God has ordained for you silences those inner storms. You will find yourself breathing easier, sleeping deeper, and walking lighter not because life is empty of challenges, but because your soul is anchored in unshakable peace. Rest does not mean inactivity. It means security. A child does not refuse to walk because their parent is near. Instead, they walk with boldness, knowing their steps are guarded. That is your rest now. You keep moving, but no longer with fear. You build, but not with panic. You dream, but not with dread. You live fully, but with serenity in every step. Consider Israel's journey into the Promised Land. For 40 years they wandered, never resting, always moving, always surviving. But once they entered the land flowing with milk and honey, their wandering ceased. That land was not just about abundance, it was about rest. The same prophetic picture unfolds for you. Your wandering is finished. Your striving is done. You live now in the land of rest. Chosen one. Prophetic rest also carries authority. The enemy thrives on chaos. He wants you restless, anxious, always bracing for the next storm. But rest declares to him, you no longer have power here. When you choose rest, you disarm the strategies of hell. When you live in peace, you proclaim that heaven's decree outrules every demonic scheme. And here lies a deeper mystery. Prophetic rest is contagious. Those around you will notice the difference. They will feel it in your presence, the calm in your eyes, the steadiness in your tone, the peace in your spirit. Your rest becomes their refuge. Your calm becomes their courage. That is how God uses you, not only to carry rest, but to spread it. Do not mistake this rest for passivity. It does not mean you will never face challenges again. But every challenge you meet will now be seen through a new lens, where before you asked, will I survive this? Now you will say, I am already victorious. And this too will pass. Rest reframes the battlefield. It tells you the outcome before the fight begins. Chosen one. Prophetic rest is also fertile ground. When the soil of your soul is no longer hardened by fear or choked by anxiety, seeds of destiny flourish quickly. Ideas blossom. Opportunities multiply. Relationships thrive. Peace becomes the environment where blessings grow without delay. Your rest is not just for you, it births fruit for generations to come. Imagine yourself walking through a meadow after a storm. The ground is fresh. The air is clear. The flowers bloom brighter because the rain has passed. That is what your life looks like now. The storm prepared the soil, but the rest brings the harvest. You may feel almost uneasy with this peace. Years of survival trained you to always expect the next blow. But hear me, chosen one. This is not a trick. This is not a false calm. This is the decree of heaven. You are in prophetic rest. Do not sabotage it with suspicion. Receive it as your inheritance. And now, I want you to seal this word with a prophetic act. In the comments, type the number 888. Do not take this lightly. 8 is the number of new beginnings, and 888 is heaven's way of declaring that your new cycle of rest is eternal. By typing 888, you are saying, I receive my prophetic rest. I walk in my new beginning. I accept the endless peace God has written for me. Understand the weight of this act. This is not a ritual. This is alignment. When you write 888, you are declaring to heaven, to earth, and to your own soul, The old cycle of restlessness is broken. The new cycle of peace is permanent. You are anchoring yourself in a reality that will shape every step forward. Chosen one. Let this settle deeply. You are not a restless wanderer anymore. You are a child of God, dwelling in prophetic rest. The chaos of yesterday cannot follow you here. The weight of anxiety cannot press you down here. You breathe. You walk. You live in the atmosphere of heaven's peace. So stand tall. Move lightly. Smile freely. For the prophetic rest is not a fleeting pause. It is your permanent state. And no force in hell can take it from you. Chosen one. Imagine a table so large it stretches beyond your sight, covered with dishes so abundant that no plate is empty. No cup is dry. This is the banquet of heaven, the overflowing feast prepared for you. You have walked through famine seasons, through times where your prayers felt like crumbs and your blessings like droplets. But now, the banquet is here, and it does not run out. Overflow is the language of God. He does not deal in just enough. He delights in abundance. Where man measures by scarcity, heaven pours without limit. This is why David could declare with certainty that his cup was not just filled, but running over. That picture is yours now. Blessings spilling past the brim. Opportunities multiplying. Joy flooding every corner of your being. It is written in the Gospel of John, chapter 10, verse 10. I have come that they may have life, and have it to the full. Oh, chosen one, fullness is your portion. You are not meant to scrape through existence, gathering fragments of hope. You are meant to live in the fullness of life. A life that spills over. A life that testifies to the abundance of your Father. This does not mean every day will be perfect. But it does mean that no season will strip you of the banquet set before you. Think of how often you felt like you had just enough strength to survive. Just enough provision to make it one more day. Just enough peace to get through the night. Those just enough days built resilience. But they are not your final portion. The season of scraps is over. You are stepping into the overflow, into the abundance that flows from the heart of God. And what is overflow, if not testimony? Others will look at your life and see more than sufficiency. They will see surplus. You will have enough joy not only for yourself, but to lift others. Enough peace to calm storms around you. Enough provision to meet needs beyond your own. The banquet does not feed only you, it feeds through you. Chosen one. Picture the wedding at Cana. The wine had run out, and panic rose. But Jesus did not just restore the supply, he transformed water into the best wine, and in such quantity that the feast could not exhaust it. That is overflow. It is not barely meeting the need, but exceeding it in quality and quantity. In your life, the same miracle unfolds. Where once there was lack, now there will be excellence in abundance. Overflow also silences fear. Scarcity trains the heart to cling tightly, to hold every crumb in fear of tomorrow. But when the banquet overflows, you release your grip. You stop living in panic and start living in trust. You no longer hoard, you share freely. Knowing the source cannot run dry. Scarcity teaches survival, but overflow teaches generosity. Do you see how far you've come? Once you begged heaven for enough to survive. Now heaven uses you as a vessel to pour into others. You prayed for your own needs, but now you will intercede for nations. You asked for daily bread, but now you distribute baskets to the hungry around you. This is the transformation of the chosen ones, from famine to feast, from scarcity to overflow. Consider the story of the 5 loaves and 2 fish. A boy brought what looked insufficient, but in the hands of Jesus it became more than enough. Thousands were fed, and still 12 baskets remained. That is overflow. It is not what you bring, but whose hands it rests in. Your life is the basket. In His hands, you become the miracle that feeds multitudes. Chosen one. The banquet also represents rest. Banquets are not eaten in haste. They are savored. In exile you rushed, always afraid the food would run out. In overflow, you sit, you savor, you enjoy. The pressure to scramble is gone. The feast is secure, and you can finally breathe as you partake. This abundance will not only fill your table, but transform your perspective. You will stop praying, "Lord, just get me through," and start declaring, "Lord, let me overflow for others." You will move from begging for survival to stewarding abundance. The banquet shifts you from a posture of desperation to a posture of authority. But overflow is not indulgence. It is assignment. The banquet was not prepared for you to gorge, but to distribute. You are not just a guest, you are also a host. You will welcome the weary to your table, offering them the same bread you once longed for. Your abundance will break chains of scarcity in others. Chosen one. Do not be surprised if people you never expected begin to seek you out. They are not drawn to your resources, but to the fragrance of overflow in your spirit. They sense peace at your table, joy in your presence, abundance in your words. And as they eat, they will come to know the source who filled your cup. There is another truth here. Overflow exposes the lies of the enemy. For years he told you, "This is all there is. You'll never have enough. You'll always struggle." But the banquet rebukes him. The overflow testifies that he was wrong all along. Every dish on the table declares, God is faithful. God is abundant. God is generous. Chosen one. Walk boldly into the feast. Do not sit timidly at the edge of the table. Pull up your chair. Take your portion. Lift your cup, for the King himself has prepared this banquet for you, and he delights in your joy. And as you eat, remember this, the overflow will follow you. It will not stay only at the table, but spill into your days, your work, your relationships. You will carry the banquet with you, a moving feast that never runs out. Rise, chosen one, with joy in your spirit and peace in your steps. The famine is over, the banquet overflows, and you will never walk in lack again. Chosen one, hear me clearly, your name has been sealed in honor. For years, you were called by names that were never yours, words spoken in anger, labels thrown in carelessness, whispers that tried to define you. They clung to you like tattered garments. Yet heaven has torn those garments away and dressed you in a robe woven with dignity. The seal is pressed, and the decree cannot be revoked. You are honored. When heaven seals your name, the old garments cannot cling anymore. Shame, guilt, rejection, those labels have been burned in the fire of redemption. Imagine walking through a marketplace where vendors scream false names at you, yet suddenly their voices fade, silenced by a trumpet from the King announcing who you truly are. The echo of that royal decree follows you everywhere. You are no longer chasing identity. Identity has clothed you. You are no longer trying to earn honor. Honor is your inheritance. The robe fits perfectly, tailored by hands that shaped you before the world began. Chosen one, let this truth take root. Honor is not fragile. It does not depend on the applause of people or the shifting winds of reputation. It flows from the eternal word of the King, who never changes. Even when others try to recall your past or reduce you to mistakes, the seal speaks louder than their voices. Walk into every room, knowing heaven has already validated you. Carry yourself like one who is trusted by eternity, not tossed by opinion. Your name shines, etched in glory, visible to angels and unshakable before men. The Book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 12, declares this promise: "The one who is victorious, I will make a pillar in the temple of my God. Never again will they leave it. I will write on them the name of my God and the name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, which is coming down out of heaven from my God, and I will also write on them my new name. I am chosen one." Imagine it, the King himself writing his name upon you, not ink that can smudge, not paint that can fade, but an eternal seal carved into the very fabric of your soul. That name is your protection, your identity, your crown. When heaven looks at you, it sees the seal. When hell looks at you, it trembles at the authority behind it. The enemy fought so hard to distort your name because he knew the truth that once the seal of honor came, he could never touch you again. That is why the accusations were loud, why the ridicule was sharp, why the betrayals cut so deep. He hoped you would believe the false names, but you endured. And now, the real name rises above every lie. Think of Jacob wrestling with the angel through the night. He refused to let go until he was blessed. And when the blessing came, it was not gold, not power, not land. It was a name. You shall no longer be Jacob, but Israel. His identity shifted, his future sealed. That is you now. You are no longer who the past called you. You are who heaven names you. This seal of honor also reshapes how you walk. A child in rags slouches, hiding in corners. But clothe that child in royal garments, and their posture changes. They walk with lifted head, not in arrogance, but in awareness of worth. That is what the seal does for you. It corrects your posture, not just physically, but spiritually and emotionally. You no longer walk as forgotten, you walk as honored, chosen one. This seal is not silent. It speaks. Doors recognize it. People feel it. Atmospheres shift because of it. You don't need to announce yourself. The seal announces you. That is why some people will suddenly respect you in ways they never did before. It is not flattery, it is recognition of heaven's mark. And yet, with honor comes responsibility. This seal is not just for your comfort, but for your calling. You are sealed so you can stand. You are sealed so you can represent the kingdom. You are sealed so others still drowning in false names can see what is possible. You carry the testimony. If God renamed me, He can rename you too. And now, let me speak heart to heart. If these words resonate, if you feel the truth of the seal pressing upon your life, I want to invite you gently, sincerely, without pressure to partner in spreading this decree. When you like this message, You are pressing your agreement onto the seal, saying, "Yes, this is true." When you share, you become the herald, carrying the decree into villages of despair, letting others know they too can be renamed. When you subscribe, you are choosing to sit at the table consistently, returning to hear the ongoing proclamations of heaven. And if you feel stirred to donate, let it not be out of guilt but vision. Think of it like wax poured onto a scroll. The decree is already written, but the wax makes the seal visible for all to see. Your giving becomes the wax that spreads the visibility of this truth through your seed. Someone you may never meet will hear for the first time. You are not forgotten. You are honored. End 1. Imagine a lighthouse on a cliff. The lamp is burning. But if no oil is poured in, its reach is limited. Your support is oil. It keeps the flame strong, sending beams of light across oceans of despair. Ships lost in storms may never know your name, but they will find their way because of your oil. Chosen one. You have always been marked, but now the seal makes it public. Do not hide it. Do not shrink from it. Live in it. Walk in it. Let it radiate from you. And when you choose to support this message, whether by engaging, sharing, subscribing, or giving, you are helping others see their own seal waiting for them. The decree is final. You are honored. Not someday, not maybe. Now, so rise. Chosen one. Lift your head. The seal is pressed. The name is written. The honor is yours. Chosen one. Listen carefully. Chains that bound you for years have fallen, and they will never return. The clinking sound of bondage, the invisible weight that wrapped itself around your spirit, the generational cycles that seemed unbreakable, they are shattered permanently. What held you yesterday does not have permission to follow you into tomorrow. The locks are destroyed. The prison is open, and you walk free. Chains can take many forms. For some, it is addiction that gripped their body. For others, it is fear that strangled their courage. For others still, it is shame, quiet but suffocating, that wrapped itself around every thought. These chains do not look the same, but they all carry one design: to silence the chosen, to trap the called, to keep destiny out of reach. Yet today, the decree of heaven has broken them. Chosen one. I see the ground around you. The broken links lie scattered like ashes after fire. What once felt eternal now looks pitiful, powerless, rusted at your feet. These chains are not only broken, they are evidence of your testimony. Each fragment tells a story of nights you thought you would never escape. But here you stand. Do not waste time staring at them in fear. Use them as reminders of what God has already defeated. Every step you take now crushes the memory of bondage deeper into dust. You are free, and freedom is your permanent atmosphere. The Apostle reminds us in his second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 3, verse 17. Now the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. Chosen one. That freedom is your atmosphere now. It is not temporary relief. It is not parole, waiting for chains to return. It is permanent release. The Spirit himself has moved into your life, and chains cannot exist where he dwells. Darkness has been evicted. Bondage has been banished. The prison doors are not just open, they are dismantled. Think of Peter in Acts 12, chained between guards, surrounded by soldiers, asleep in a cell. Suddenly, light flooded the prison, and an angel touched him. The chains fell, the doors opened, and he walked past his captors untouched. That is your testimony. Light has entered your darkest prison, and chains that once seemed welded to your bones have fallen effortlessly at his command. Chosen one. Let this truth sink in. You are not fighting for freedom. You are living in it. You do not have to beg for release. It has already happened. Stop calling yourself bound when heaven calls you free. Stop rehearsing the voice of captivity when your spirit has been renamed by liberty. Freedom changes posture. Once you slouched under weight, now you stand upright. Once your steps dragged, now they move with strength. Once your voice trembled, now it rings with authority. Chains not only restricted your movement, they distorted your identity. But with them gone, you rediscover who you are. And the breaking of chains is not only personal, it is generational. What ended with you will never touch those who come after you. The cycles that tormented your family line stop here. Addiction, poverty, rejection, fear. Whatever chained your ancestors cannot continue. You are the one chosen to break it permanently. Your children, spiritual or natural, will walk in freedom you fought for. Chosen one. You may feel the phantom ache of chains. Sometimes, after years of bondage, the skin still remembers their grip. Fear may whisper, "What if they return?" But hear me clearly, they cannot. The locks are melted. The keys are destroyed. The chains are dust. Phantom aches are not reality. Do not confuse memory with bondage. You are free. And freedom is final. Think of the Israelites leaving Egypt. Their bodies were out of slavery, but their minds still remembered the chains. They feared going back, even when the sea split before them. But God made it clear, Egypt you see today, you will never see again. That is His word over you. What you escaped will not chase you anymore. Freedom also means new responsibility. You cannot wear chains and expect to fly. But now that you are free, you must spread your wings. Do not linger at the doorway of the prison, staring at broken locks. Step into open fields. Explore destiny. Build what was impossible when you were confined. Freedom is not just release from, it is invitation into. And here, chosen one, I ask for your response. In the comments, type these words. I am free. I. Keep it simple. Just 3 words. But understand, they are not mere text on a screen. They are declaration. They are prophecy. When you type, I am free, you seal this reality in your own spirit. You tell your soul to stop rehearsing bondage. You tell heaven, I agree with your decree. You tell hell, you have lost for good. Think of how ancient warriors would shout victory cries after battle. Their words carried power, echoing across valleys, announcing to all that the war was won. Your I am free is that cry. It is the sound of chains gone forever. It is your anthem of triumph. Chosen one. Do not underestimate the power of response. Silence is agreement with bondage, but declaration is partnership with freedom. By writing, I am free, you break the last lingering lies, the faintest whispers of captivity. the shadows that try to trick you into fear. You rise into truth, and truth makes you unshakable. So walk in it. Live boldly in liberty. Build with hands unshackled. Love with a heart unchained. Speak with a voice released. You are no longer the prisoner. You are the proof that chains break permanently. Chosen one. Hear this carefully. The throne room invitation has been extended to you, not as a distant spectator, not as an unworthy servant hiding at the edges, but as one called forward, ushered in by the King himself. For years you felt like an outsider, longing for a glimpse of the holy place, wondering if you would ever be worthy to stand near the throne. But now, heaven has opened its doors, and you are invited to draw near. The throne of God is not like earthly thrones, surrounded by guards who intimidate and by rules that exclude. His throne is a place of welcome, yet also a place of awe. It is where mercy and majesty meet, where justice and love embrace. To be invited there is not common, it is extraordinary. It is proof that you are chosen not only for battle but for communion, not only for work but for intimacy. The prophet Isaiah described it in chapter 6. I saw the Lord, high and exalted, seated on a throne, and the train of his robe filled the temple. Imagine that scene, the glory, the splendor, the weight of holiness so great that even seraphim covered their faces. And yet, in Christ, you are invited into that very presence, not to cower in terror, but to stand as beloved, chosen one. Do you understand what this means? It means that every barrier that once stood between you and God has been removed. The veil torn from top to bottom was not just a dramatic sign, it was the permanent declaration that His presence is no longer hidden from you. The throne room is not closed, it is open, and your name is on the guest list. The invitation is not casual, it is royal. The King extends his hand and says, "Come closer." He does not summon you to condemn, but to crown. He does not call you in to punish, but to affirm. This throne is not the seat of a tyrant, but the heart of a father who delights in the presence of his children. Think of Esther, trembling as she approached King Xerxes. She risked her life, unsure if the golden scepter would extend toward her. But with God, the scepter is always stretched out. You do not beg for acceptance, it is already granted. You do not gamble on His mood, His love is constant. The throne room is not a gamble for the chosen, it is a guaranteed welcome. Chosen one. This invitation also changes your confidence. You no longer pray as if sending letters that may or may not be read. You speak directly before the throne, and your words rise like incense before Him. You are heard. You are valued. You are cherished. Heaven does not ignore you. It leans in when you speak. The throne is also a place of exchange. You do not walk in empty, but you do not walk out carrying the same things. At the throne, you lay down burdens and pick up peace. You drop fear and take up courage. You release shame and receive honor. Every encounter with the throne leaves you transformed, chosen one. Remember how Moses descended from the mountain, his face radiant from being in God's presence. He did not even know the light was shining, but others saw it clearly. That is what throne room encounters do. They leave you marked with glory that you cannot hide, radiance that speaks louder than words. Do not believe the lie that you are too broken, too unworthy, too flawed to enter. That lie is the last defense of the enemy, trying to keep you from the very presence that restores you. The throne is not for the perfect, it is for the redeemed. And you are redeemed. Consider the parable of the prodigal son. He returned, filthy and ashamed, rehearsing words of unworthiness. But the father did not sit on the porch with folded arms. He ran, embraced, clothed, and feasted. That is the picture of throne room welcome. You do not limp in to be scolded, you run in to be embraced. Chosen one. Throne room access is not occasional. It is continual. You are not invited for a moment, then cast out. Until next time, you are called to live near his presence, to dwell beneath his gaze, to walk in constant communion. The throne room is not an event, it is your new address. And in that place, you discover authority. The closer you stand to the King, the more his authority rests on you. You begin to speak, and your words carry weight because they echo his voice. You pray, and mountains move because the throne has backed your petition. You declare, and heaven agrees because you are aligned with the heart of the King. Chosen one. Do not treat this invitation lightly. It is holy, but it is also joyful. There is no greater honor than being called close. Angels marvel at what you are given. Prophets longed for what you now experience. The veil they glimpsed from afar has been torn for you to walk through daily. Let your heart be still in this truth. You belong in the throne room, not by merit, but by mercy, not by effort, but by grace, not as a guest to be dismissed, but as family to be embraced. The throne is your home now. So come boldly, as Hebrews 4:16 declares. Let us then approach God's throne of grace with confidence, so that we may receive mercy and find grace to help us in our time of need. Boldness is not arrogance, it is trust. It is knowing the King delights to see you. Chosen one. Walk in this reality daily. Let your prayers be throne room prayers. Let your worship be throne room worship. Let your life reflect throne room intimacy. For you are not a stranger, you are chosen, invited, and sealed in his presence forever. Chosen one. A great book lies open before the throne, the book of life, not a symbol, not a metaphor, but a reality inscribed before the foundations of the world. Within its pages are the names of those sealed for eternity, those who belong to the Lamb, those whom heaven recognizes as its own, and chosen one. Your name is there. For years, you may have wondered if you truly belonged. Doubt whispered, are you really his? What if you are overlooked? What if your name is not written? Those lies tried to rob you of assurance. But the truth stands firm. Your name was inscribed before your first breath. It was not penciled in, waiting to be erased. It was written in indelible ink, sealed by the blood of the Lamb. The Apostle John records in the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 27, nothing impure will ever enter it, nor will anyone who does what is shameful or deceitful, but only those whose names are written in the Lamb's book of life. N. Chosen one. Let this reality wash over you. Your name is not on a temporary list, subject to revision. It is in the book of life itself, eternal, secure, untouchable by darkness. No failure of your past, no accusation of the enemy, no whisper of doubt can blot it out. It remains because it was written by the one who cannot lie. Think of the significance of a name written in a royal register. Earthly kings kept records of citizens, declaring who belonged to their kingdom and who was entitled to its rights. But those records could be lost, burned, or altered. The book of life, however, cannot be tampered with. Angels guard its pages, and the Lamb himself is its author. Your belonging is not fragile, it is everlasting. Chosen one. Understand this clearly. The book of life is not just about eternity in heaven, it is about your identity now. When your name is written, it means heaven already recognizes you as family. You walk not as a wanderer, but as a citizen of eternity. You live not as an outsider trying to earn access, but as one already included in the household of God. And because your name is in the book, your story is secure. Every chapter of your life aligns with the author's design. Even when you wandered, the author was still writing. Even when you fell, the author was still redeeming. Even when you doubted, the author was still faithful. The book testifies not just to your destiny, but to his faithfulness in carrying you there. Chosen one. Imagine the moment when the book is opened before witnesses. Your name is read aloud. Not in shame, not in hesitation, but in glory. Angels celebrate. Heaven rejoices. And creation acknowledges, this one belongs to the Lamb. That is your reality, not a distant hope. Even now, heaven knows your name and delights in it. The book of life also silences the enemy. He thrives on accusation, trying to convince you that you are condemned. But when the book is opened, his lies collapse. He cannot erase what God has written. He cannot argue against heaven's record. The book declares louder than his accusations, this one is mine. One, chosen one. Let this truth transform your confidence. You no longer need to strive for acceptance. You are already written. You no longer need to fear rejection. Your name is already secured. You no longer need to wonder if you are enough. The book declares that you are his. And with this assurance comes responsibility. Those whose names are written live differently. They carry the dignity of their citizenship. They walk with reverence, not in fear of losing their place, but in honor of the one who secured it. They shine as living testimonies that the Lamb's sacrifice was not in vain. Think of Moses, who once pleaded, "If you will not forgive them, blot me out of your book." He understood the weight of belonging to the register of heaven. Yet now, through Christ, you stand forgiven, secured, and unerasable. You do not live under the shadow of being blotted out. You live in the light of being sealed in. Chosen one. The book of life is also a book of promise. If your name is written, then your future is guaranteed. Eternity is not a vague hope. It is your inheritance. Death does not hold fear for you, because beyond it lies the city described in Revelation, where no tears fall, no night lingers, and no curse remains. That future is already secured in ink beside your name. But do not wait until eternity to rejoice. Rejoice now. Live now with the assurance that you belong. Pray with boldness. Worship with freedom. Walk with courage. The book is not closed until the end of time, but your name within it already speaks into your present. It says, "You are chosen, you are secure, you are beloved." I'm one, chosen one. Never again let the voices of doubt define you. Never again let the enemy convince you that you are forgotten. Never again live as though your place in heaven is uncertain. The book testifies against every lie. Your name is written, and it will remain forever. So walk as one inscribed in glory. Carry yourself as one known in eternity. Speak as one whose name is honored by angels. Live not with fear, but with the dignity of one already written in the book of life. Chosen one, lift your eyes. Crowns are being secured upon your head, not the crowns of men that rust and fade, not the fragile titles given by this world, but crowns forged in eternity. Waiting since the foundation of time, these crowns are not earned through striving, nor purchased with wealth, but sealed upon those who endure, who believe, who remain faithful. And now, the crowns are yours. For so long, you were treated as if unworthy of honor. Others mocked your sacrifice, misunderstood your devotion, dismissed your obedience. Yet heaven saw every tear, every act of love, every step of faith was counted. The crowns are not charity, they are reward. They testify that your endurance was not wasted, your pain not unseen, your faith not forgotten. Crowns, chosen one, are not silent ornaments. They speak wherever you go. They announce to unseen realms that you are not a servant chained in shadows, but a ruler entrusted with light. They remind darkness that it has no claim on you, and remind creation that your life testifies to God's goodness. Even when you say nothing, the crown shines, radiating truth louder than words. Every jewel reflects a story of survival. Every gleam tells of nights you overcame. Every sparkle proclaims your faith. You are not simply wearing victory, you are embodying it for the world to see. And understand this, crowns also carry weight. They are not made of feathers, but of gold, forged through fire, polished by trial. Their weight reminds you that honor is not without responsibility. A crowned one cannot live as if common, they must live as if entrusted. Your crown is not for hiding in private, it is for walking in public testimony. It is a mantle that says, I am set apart. I am marked. I am chosen. Wear it humbly, but boldly, for heaven placed it upon you with purpose. The Apostle Paul wrote in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 8, Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day, and not only to me, but also to all who have longed for his appearing. On chosen one, do you see the beauty of this promise? These crowns are not fragile ornaments, they are eternal seals of righteousness, victory, and glory. They are placed upon your head by the hand of the righteous judge himself. They do not symbolize luck, they symbolize destiny fulfilled. Think of athletes who train for years, enduring discipline and sacrifice for a wreath that fades in days. Yet you, beloved, endured storms for a crown that will never perish. Every sleepless night of prayer, every step of obedience when no one clapped, every moment you chose light over darkness, these became jewels in your crown. And this crown is permanent. No one can steal it. No demon can snatch it. No circumstance can tarnish it. The crowns of this world pass from one head to another, but your crown rests forever. It is fitted to you, designed for you, secured for you, chosen one. Wearing a crown changes posture. No one crowned walks with a bowed head. A crown lifts your gaze, straightens your back, shifts your presence. You are no longer the overlooked, you are royalty. And this royalty is not symbolic, it is eternal reality. You are crowned with glory, dignity, and everlasting honor. But do not mistake the crown for vanity. It is not given to inflate pride, but to mark purpose. Crowns are not worn in mirrors. They are displayed in battles. They are signs to the enemy that his defeat is permanent. They are signals to the world that you belong to the King of Kings. They are testimonies to others, still waiting, that endurance is never wasted. Chosen one. Heaven crowns you not only for yourself, but as a beacon. When others see your crown, they will realize their own is waiting. When they hear your testimony, they will believe their struggles are not in vain. Your crown becomes a prophecy for others, that what God begins, He finishes, and what He promises, He secures. Crowns are also generational. The faith you carried, the endurance you walked in, becomes inheritance for those after you. They will not have to fight certain battles because you already wore the crown of victory. Your lineage, spiritual and natural, will walk in the fruit of your perseverance. Your crown testifies beyond your lifetime. Chosen one. I want you to act prophetically in this moment. Go into the comments and type the number 4,444. Do not dismiss this as random digits. 4 is the number of stability, 4 corners of the earth, 4 winds of heaven, 4 walls that make a house. By typing 4,444, you are declaring, my crown is secure, my foundation unshakable, my honor permanent. You are saying that your victory is not fragile, your testimony not temporary, your reward not fleeting. This act is like placing your signature beside heaven's decree. The crown is already on your head, but your response seals it in your spirit. When you type 4,444, you are reminding yourself and announcing to heaven, I receive my crown. I accept my inheritance. I walk in my eternal honor. And think of it as raising a banner on a battlefield. The victory is already won, but the banner announces it publicly. Your 4,444 is that banner. It tells the enemy his attempts failed. It tells heaven you agree with the decree. It tells your own heart that you are crowned and cannot be uncrowned. Chosen one. The crowns of this world glitter for a moment and fade into dust, but your crown shines brighter with each passing day. Its jewels are made of perseverance. Its gold is forged in faith. Its beauty reflects the glory of the one who placed it upon you. And one day, in the presence of the Lamb, you will cast that crown before him, not in loss, but in worship. For crowns are not just rewards, they are testimonies that every breath of your journey belonged to him. So, wear it boldly. Live like one crowned. Speak with dignity. Walk with courage. Love with authority. Your head is no longer bare. It carries the eternal mark of heaven's approval. Chosen one. Lift your gaze to the horizon. The eternal city is rising. Not made of concrete or steel. Not built by human hands, but descending from heaven in brilliance. The city whose architect and builder is God himself. For years, you wandered through lands of exile, pitched tents in temporary places, built homes that could not last. But now, The vision of permanence gleams before you, the eternal city. Unshakable, radiant, prepared for the chosen ones. This is no ordinary city. Its foundations are not weak clay but precious stones. Its streets are not paved with asphalt but with gold, transparent as glass. Its gates are not guarded by fear but carved from pearls, open to welcome those whose names are written in the Lamb's Book of Life. Every wall, every foundation, every detail whispers of permanence, beauty, and glory beyond human imagination. The eternal city does not echo with chaos or war, but with songs of peace. Its air carries no pollution of fear, no whispers of betrayal, no scent of decay. Instead, every breath feels like life itself. Imagine walking streets where every step resounds like music, where even silence is holy, where every stone testifies, sorrow will never enter these gates again. This is the promise prepared for you, chosen one. The light of that city is unlike anything your eyes have known. There is no need for sun or moon, for the Lamb himself is its lamp. Darkness cannot approach it, shadows cannot exist within it. Imagine nights forever banished, mornings without end, and days that never fade. This radiant glow is not external alone. It will flood your spirit with eternal warmth and unshakable joy. Every citizen of the eternal city is clothed in white, not garments of shame, but robes of victory. You will never feel out of place there. Never wonder if you belong. Each robe tells a story: how chains broke, how tears dried, how faith endured, and together, the redeemed form a chorus of testimony, each one echoing the same truth: the Lamb is worthy. Forever and ever. The foundations of this city are named for the apostles, pillars of faith, who carried the gospel through fire and persecution. Their witness built a road for you to enter. When you step upon those stones, you will walk on legacies of courage, love, and sacrifice. You will realize that your own endurance joins that eternal story. The city is not only built for you, it is built with you. Chosen one, do not let this vision feel distant. Though the city descends in the age to come, its reality touches your heart even now. Every act of faith is a window into its beauty. Every moment of obedience, a glimpse of its gates. When despair tempts you, remember, you are not walking toward emptiness. You are walking toward a home designed by God's own hand. The voice of God thundered in the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 2. I saw the holy city, the new Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride, beautifully dressed for her husband. Oh, chosen one, do you see the imagery? A bride adorned, radiant, breathtaking, every detail prepared with love. That is the city awaiting you. You will not merely visit, you will dwell there. This eternal city is your home, secured by covenant, built by hands that cannot fail. For so long, you have lived in a world of decay. Buildings crumble, streets erode, kingdoms fall. Every earthly city whispers of impermanence. But the eternal city rises in contrast, everlasting, untouchable, forever secure. You will never be uprooted, never exiled, never displaced again. The longing for home that burned in your spirit will finally be satisfied. Think of Abraham, who lived in tents, though he was promised nations. He never built permanent walls because he looked forward to this city, the one with foundations. You walk in his legacy now. The tents of wandering are behind you. The permanence of destiny is before you. Chosen one. This eternal city is not only your future, it shapes your present. When you know a crown awaits, you live with dignity. When you know a city is being built for you, you live with endurance. Every sacrifice becomes worth it. Every trial becomes bearable, because you are not living for tents, but for towers of eternity. But here is where I pause to speak with sincerity. If these words awaken something deep within you, if they stir that longing for permanence, that yearning for the eternal city, then let us join hands in spreading this vision. When you like this message, it is like lighting a lantern in a window, signaling to others, the city is real, hope is alive, permanence is coming. When you share, you extend an invitation, saying, there is a home waiting for you too. Do not give up in exile. When you subscribe, you choose to keep walking this road together, refusing to wander alone, choosing to stay close to the stream of heavenly reminders. And if your heart feels moved to donate, see it not as loss but as investment in building bridges toward that city. Imagine a caravan in the desert, carrying water to weary travelers. Your generosity becomes that water, refreshing souls who thought they would not make it through exile. They may never know your name, but they will reach the city because you poured from your own vessel. Picture this: chosen one, a great bell tower in the eternal city, its sound echoing across eternity. Each act of generosity, each seed sown, is like striking that bell. Its resonance carries across time and space, drawing others toward the gates of glory. By giving, you are not only sustaining words, you are ringing the bell that says, the city is real, and it is near. Do not underestimate how small actions now prepare great realities then. Every click, every share, every seed sown becomes like laying another stone in the eternal foundation, not because you are building it, for God Himself is the builder, but because you are guiding others toward it. Chosen one, let your heart rejoice. The eternal city is not a dream, it is a promise. Every tear wiped, every night endured, every battle fought points toward its gates. You are not wandering forever. The road leads somewhere beautiful, and the King Himself waits there. So, walk with hope, live with vision, and let your life reflect the city that awaits. You are not defined by crumbling walls around you, but by towers of light before you. The eternal city rises, and your name is written among its citizens. Chosen one, hear this with trembling reverence. The final warnings are sounding. For generations, voices have whispered, prophets have spoken, signs have appeared. But now the echoes are no longer whispers, they are shouts. The hourglass is nearly empty. The trumpet is pressed to the lips, and heaven calls you to attention. You are not standing in an endless cycle, you are standing at the edge of eternity. Warnings are not threats, they are mercy. A warning is the love of God extending one more chance before the door closes. It is the hand waving before the cliff, the shout before the collision, the knock before the flood. When God warns, it is not to terrify, but to awaken. The question is, will you hear? And will you respond? The Spirit spoke through the prophet Ezekiel, chapter 33, verse 11. As surely as I live, declares the sovereign Lord, I take no pleasure in the death of the wicked, but rather that they turn from their ways and live. Turn from your evil ways. Why will you die? People of Israel, chosen one, let these words pierce you. God's heart is not destruction. His heart is redemption. His warnings are cries of love. His delays are mercy, waiting for repentance. But mercy does not stretch forever. A day comes when silence ends and judgment begins. That day is nearer than many believe. You have felt it already, the urgency in your spirit, the sense that time is short, the inner alarm that says, "Wake up." That is not imagination. That is the Spirit warning you that complacency is deadly. The greatest danger is not ignorance but delay. To hear the warning and wait is to gamble with eternity. Chosen one. Think of Noah. For years he built the ark while people laughed. Warnings echoed, but ears remained closed. Rain had never fallen. So, warnings sounded foolish. But when the skies split open, it was too late. The door shut. Not by Noah's hand, but by God's. Mercy ended. Judgment began. The same reality hovers now. This is why final warnings matter. They are not background noise. They are lifelines. Every warning is a thread pulling you back from destruction. To ignore them is not neutral, it is rebellion. To heed them is not weakness, it is wisdom. Chosen one. Do not think warnings are only about catastrophe. They are about readiness. They remind you to live awake, not asleep. They remind you to guard your oil, like the wise virgins who kept their lamps burning. They remind you to hold fast, like servants who kept watch while their master was delayed. Warnings train you for vigilance. But let me ask plainly, how will you respond? You cannot sit neutral in this hour. Silence is agreement with darkness. Delay is rejection of mercy. The only response is action turning, repenting, choosing light over shadow, obedience over rebellion. This is the weight of the moment. You are one decision away from breakthrough or from blindness. And now, chosen one, I ask for your prophetic act. Go into the comments and type these words: I choose life. It is only 3 words, but it carries eternal weight. When you write it, you align with heaven's warning. You declare that you will not gamble with mercy. You will not delay obedience. You will not ignore the voice of God. You are stamping your yes upon the final call of warning. Think of Israel when Moses cried, I set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life. Those who chose lived. Those who delayed perished. Your I choose life is that same moment. It is not casual, it is covenant. Chosen one. Warnings also humble us. They remind us that we are not invincible. They strip away the illusion of control and show us how fragile time really is. But humility is the key to safety. When you bow, you are lifted. When you heed, you are preserved. When you surrender, you are secured. Do not harden your heart to these warnings. Every ignored warning makes the next harder to hear. Every delay numbs your spirit further. But every response sharpens your ear, strengthens your walk, and deepens your intimacy with God. He warns because he loves, and he loves because you are chosen. Final warnings also separate the casual from the committed. Many will shrug, saying, We've heard it all before. But the chosen ones respond differently. They know warnings are not routine, they are revelation. They know the sound of urgency is the sound of love. They know the difference between noise and the voice of God. Chosen one. Do not fear these warnings, but do not dismiss them either. Let them sober you. Let them anchor you. Let them awaken you to the reality that eternity is closer than you think. Every heartbeat is a countdown. Every breath is a gift. Every day is mercy extended. One day soon, the warnings will cease, not because God has grown silent, but because the moment of choice has ended. The trumpet will sound, the King will appear, and time will surrender to eternity. That day will not wait for hesitation. That is why you must respond now. So hear it again. The final warnings are sounding. The watchmen cry aloud. The Spirit speaks urgently. The heavens stir restlessly. And you, chosen one, are called to respond, not with delay, not with apathy, but with surrender, obedience, and declaration. Type it, speak it, live it. I choose life. Chosen one. The darkness you once feared no longer holds authority over you, for the Lamb's light shines. This is not a flicker that trembles against shadows. It is a radiance that consumes darkness completely. Wherever the Lamb's light appears, night is erased, fear is silenced, and clarity floods every hidden place. You are no longer stumbling in obscurity, you are walking in brilliance. From the beginning, light has been God's first act. In creation, He spoke, and light shattered the void. In the wilderness, He led His people by a pillar of fire that never dimmed. In the prophets, His promise was clear. The people walking in darkness have seen a great light, and in the fullness of time, that light took flesh and dwelt among us. That light is the Lamb, and His shine has no end. It is written in the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 23, "The city does not need the sun or the moon to shine on it, for the glory of God gives it light, and the Lamb is its lamp." No, chosen one, do you feel the power of those words? The eternal city does not rely on the sun, the moon, or the stars. These created lights fade, set, and flicker, but the Lamb's light never wanes. It shines from His glory. It radiates from His presence, and it will illuminate eternity itself. This light does more than reveal. It heals. Darkness hides wounds, festers lease, and nurtures despair. But when the Lamb's light shines, the hidden is exposed not to condemn, but to cleanse. You will find that places of shame in your heart are not scorched by His light, but restored by it. The very corners you feared to reveal are touched with warmth, not wrath. Chosen one, you once lived with shadows trailing you. Fear lurked behind every plan. Doubt haunted every step. Guilt whispered at every turn. But shadows vanish in true light. The Lamb's radiance does not give them room to exist. They are swallowed whole, never to return. That is why you now walk lighter. You are no longer shadow-chained, but glory-bathed. Consider how light changes vision. In darkness, chap distor, dangas hil. Paths confuse, but light reveals truth. You see clearly. What once seemed threatening is exposed as powerless. What once felt overwhelming is revealed as small. The Lamb's light gives you discernment. You will no longer misinterpret situations through fear, for his brilliance reveals reality as it is. Chosen one. The Lamb's light is also direction. It does not simply shine around you, it leads you forward. Think of the pillar of fire guiding Israel through wilderness nights. That fire was not just a comfort, it was a compass. So it is now. The Lamb's light does not leave you guessing your path. It illuminates steps, confirme direction, and warns of pitfalls. And unlike earthly light, this radiance is personal. It is not distant sunlight or borrowed fire. It is his presence in you. The Lamb himself becomes your lamp. This means that even when external circumstances look dark, the flame within you remains bright. The light is not seasonal, it is eternal. Chosen one. There is a reason the enemy fought to keep you in darkness. Darkness breeds confusion. It isolates, disorients, and weakens. But now that you walk in the Lamb's light, the enemy has lost his greatest weapon. Lies cannot survive exposure. Fear cannot thrive in radiance. Bondage cannot hold against brilliance. You are unstoppable because you are illuminated. This light also makes you a beacon. You are not lit only for yourself, but for others wandering in shadow. Your life becomes a lamp set on a stand, a city on a hill. People who have lost their way will see your glow and find hope. Your presence will disrupt despair because the Lamb's light shines through you. Do not underestimate this. Even without words, your light will speak. In workplaces, families, and communities, people will feel drawn to you, not because of who you are in flesh, but because of the radiance you carry. They may not understand it, but they will sense safety, peace, and truth around you. That is the Lamb shining through his chosen one. This light is not fragile. It is not like a candle flickering in wind. It is like the sun breaking dawn, unstoppable and inevitable. Even when clouds cover it, you know it remains. Even when storms rage, it cannot be quenched. The Lamb's light is everlasting, and that means your path is secure. And remember this, the Lamb's light is not only for your journey here, it is your eternal inheritance. In the city that never sleeps, you will walk streets where day never ends, where lamps are unnecessary, where shadows are banished forever. Every step will be bathed in glory, every corner filled with brilliance, every face radiant in his presence. So, chosen one, do not walk timidly as if darkness might return. Walk boldly, knowing the Lamb's light has claimed you forever. Do not shrink when shadows threaten, for they cannot survive. Do not hide your glow out of fear of rejection, for your light is heaven's gift to the world. Let this truth settle deep. You are not in darkness anymore. You are not half lit, half lost. You are fully illuminated, fully restored, fully guided. The Lamb's light shines, and it shines through you. So rise each day with confidence, walk each step with clarity, and rest each night in peace. For no matter what surrounds you, the Lamb is your lamp, and his light will never fail. Chosen one. Think back on every tear you have ever shed, the silent ones that soaked your pillow at night, the desperate ones cried out in prayer, the hidden ones no one else ever saw. Each tear carried weight. Each one carried memory, and none of them were forgotten. Heaven records them, not as weakness, but as testimony. Yet now, hear the eternal promise. Every tear will be wiped away forever. You have known the sting of sorrow. You have tasted grief that seemed unbearable. You have walked through seasons where tears became your daily bread. Pain carved lines into your spirit, and despair whispered that joy might never return. But the story does not end in weeping. The God who chose you has declared a final act, the erasing of sorrow, the permanent end of tears. Chosen one. Think of a world where memories no longer sting, where you can recall what once broke you, but without the ache. That is what it means for every tear to be wiped away. The scars remain as testimony, but the pain is gone. You will remember the nights of weeping, only to marvel at how joy triumphed. Your history will no longer be a wound, but a hymn, proof that the one who carried you has made all things new. Even creation itself groans for this day. When sorrow is swallowed in joy, the rivers will no longer flood with mourning. The skies will no longer darken with grief, and the soil will no longer drink the tears of despair. Every element will testify to renewal, every corner of existence echoing peace. The end of tears is not only for you, it is for all of creation. The universe itself is waiting for this final act, when pain ceases forever and glory reigns without rival. It is written in the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 4. He will wipe every tear from their eyes. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain, for the old order of things has passed away. And, chosen one, let that truth rest upon you like a healing balm. No more death, no more mourning, no more crying, no more pain. These are not vague hopes, they are eternal guarantees. The very order of suffering, the very structure of sorrow, is dismantled. The world of grief collapses, and a new creation rises. Every tear you cried in hidden places was a seed. You thought it was wasted, but it watered your roots. You thought it marked your end, but it prepared your beginning. Now, the same God who collected those tears in his bottle turns to you, tenderly, and wipes them away. Not one remains. Not one memory of pain holds power anymore. Chosen one. Picture it, the hand of God himself, brushing your cheek. Not an angel, not a servant, but the Father, with infinite tenderness. He removes every trace of sorrow. The act is not symbolic, it is real. The sting of grief dissolves. The weight of mourning evaporates. The ache of loss fades forever. Your tears were real, but so is this promise. The tears of injustice, the tears of betrayal, the tears of regret, the tears of loneliness. Each one has an end. The old order, where death ruled, where sin scarred, where loss crushed, is over. You do not live forever in lament. You live forever in joy. Consider the mothers who lost children too soon, the fathers who buried dreams, the sons and daughters who carried scars of rejection. All of them stand in the same promise. Their tears will not follow them into eternity. Sorrow is not eternal, only joy is. Pain is not permanent, only peace remains. Chosen one. This truth also changes how you carry sorrow now. You may still cry here, but you cry with hope. Your mourning is not endless, it has an expiration date. You endure, knowing that joy will not only return, it will reign forever. This is why Paul could say, "We do not grieve like those who have no hope." Our grief is real, but it is temporary. Do not despise your tears. They proved your humanity. They showed your love. They watered your destiny. But do not cling to them either. Their work is finished. Their season is over. Joy waits to take their place. Laughter waits to echo where sobs once rang. Peace waits to dwell where turmoil once lived. Chosen one. Think of Jesus at the tomb of Lazarus. He wept not because he lacked power, but because he shared sorrow. Your Savior understands your tears, and that is why his promise to end them is so precious. He does not dismiss your grief. He redeems it. He does not belittle your mourning. He transforms it. And this wiping away is not only personal, it is cosmic. The entire order of creation shifts. No more sickness. No more decay. No more farewells. Imagine a world where hospitals are empty, graves are forgotten, and mourning clothes are burned. That is the reality awaiting you. Chosen one, let this promise fuel your endurance. Every tear you shed now whispers of the joy to come. Every sorrow endured is a prophecy of its own end. Every loss testifies that restoration is certain. Do not believe sorrow will last forever. It cannot. The decree of God ensures its extinction, and already you taste glimpses of this. Moments of peace in storms, glimmers of joy after pain, little foretastes of eternity breaking into your present. These are reminders that the final chapter is not tragedy, but triumph. Chosen one, lift your head. Wipe the tears you carry now, knowing they are not eternal. Speak hope over your heart. Sorrow will not last. Remind your spirit, pain is temporary. Declare over your life, joy is forever. For the promise is sealed. The decree is final. And the hand of God himself ensures its fulfillment. So, walk in this truth daily. When tears fall, let hope rise louder. When grief presses, let faith answer stronger. When despair whispers, let promise shout. The day is coming sooner than you think, when every tear will be gone, and joy will remain without end. Chosen one, your story is not one of endless mourning. It is one of final wiping, eternal joy, everlasting peace. Hold this close. Sorrow has an end, but your destiny does not. Chosen one, listen closely. The sound of songs is rising, not the faint humming of despair, not the trembling whispers of survival, but the thunderous melody of victory. It is the anthem of the redeemed, echoing through heaven and spilling into earth. These songs are not written by human hands, but born from the triumph of the Lamb. And now they rise from your own spirit. For too long, your lips sang in sorrow. You knew the psalms of lament, the cries of brokenness, the dirges of exile. Tears became your chorus, and silence was often your only companion. Yet something shifts now. The Spirit places a new song in your mouth, not of defeat, but of victory. It is not borrowed, it is yours. It comes from the depths of survival, the core of endurance, the testimony of overcoming. It is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 98, verse 1, "Sing to the Lord a new song, for he has done marvelous things. His right hand and his holy arm have worked salvation for him." Then, chosen one, the new song is not merely fresh lyrics, it is a declaration of reality. The marvelous thing has already been done. Salvation is not a "maybe it is secure." Victory is not pending, it is complete. Your song rises because truth has shifted your atmosphere. Think of Israel after crossing the Red Sea. They had lived under whips, carried burdens, and cried under oppression. But when the sea swallowed their pursuers, Miriam lifted her tambourine, and the people erupted in song. They did not sing timidly, they sang loudly, passionately, triumphantly. Their voices carried the weight of freedom. That is the sound now rising in you. Chosen one. Songs of victory are weapons. They are not passive celebrations, they are active declarations. When you sing of triumph, you shake the foundations of darkness. When you lift your voice in praise, you disarm the enemy's accusations. When your song rises, chains cannot linger. Victory is not only lived, it is sung. This is why your silence was fought for so fiercely. The enemy wanted to keep your song buried, your voice muted, your spirit muffled. He knew that if your song rose, it would inspire others, terrify hell, and glorify heaven. But he failed. The silence is broken. The melody of triumph flows again. And these songs are not just personal, they are collective. The redeemed join together, and the sound multiplies. One voice is powerful, but thousands united are unstoppable. Heaven resounds with choirs of angels, and earth joins in the chorus. The harmony bridges realms, reminding all creation that the Lamb has overcome. Chosen one. Notice how songs change atmosphere. A room heavy with despair can shift when even one voice begins to sing. A family weighed down by sorrow can find relief when praise rises. Songs of victory release hope, build courage, and invite the presence of God to dwell richly. But these songs are not scripted by circumstances. They are anchored in eternal truth. You do not sing because everything is perfect. You sing because the Lamb is victorious. You do not sing because storms vanish. You sing because storms cannot drown your destiny. The song is not fragile, it is fierce. Think of Paul and Silas in the midnight prison. Their bodies were bruised, their feet chained, their future uncertain. Yet they sang. Their song did what chains could not. It shook foundations, opened doors, and set captives free. That is the pattern. Songs of victory shift not only your life, but also the lives of those around you. Chosen one. Let the song rise within you now. It may start as a whisper, but it will grow into a roar. It may begin as a trembling hum, but it will become a melody strong enough to echo through eternity. The Spirit Himself breathes into your lungs, and your voice becomes an instrument of heaven. Victory songs are also testimonies. Every lyric carries your story, how you endured nights of sorrow, how you walked through valleys, how you stood against storms. Each note is a scar turned into sound. Each rhythm, a battle turned into triumph. Your song will remind others, if God did it for me, He can do it for you. Chosen one. This is not only about music. It is about living in the posture of praise. Your words, your actions, your very presence can sing. A smile in adversity is a verse. A kind act in hardship is a chorus. A declaration of faith in the face of doubt is a bridge. Your life becomes the song, and the world becomes your audience. And here is the beauty. This song never ends. Unlike earthly anthems that fade, the song of the redeemed grows louder with time. It begins here, but crescendos into eternity. even in the eternal city. Songs will rise unceasingly. Every nation, tribe, and tongue will join in, their voices weaving into one eternal anthem. Worthy is the Lamb who was slain. So, chosen one, do not hold back your voice. Let it rise in the quiet of your room, in the gathering of the faithful, in the moments of battle, in the seasons of peace. Sing loudly, live boldly, declare freely, for your song is your victory, and your victory is eternal. Chosen one, everything you have endured, everything you have fought, everything you have carried has led you to this moment, the declaration of final rest. Not the fleeting rest of a night's sleep, not the fragile rest that can be interrupted by worry, but the eternal rest promised by the one who called you. The fight is finished. The journey is complete, and your permanent vacation begins. This rest is not idleness. It is fulfillment. It is not escape. It is arrival. It is the place where striving ends, because everything you longed for has been secured. Every unanswered question finds its resolution. Every wound, its healing. Every longing, its satisfaction. The rest of God is the fullness of peace, the complete presence of joy, the total absence of fear. Chosen one, imagine walking into a home you have longed for all your life. The doors open, not with creaking hinges of resistance, but with the soft welcome of destiny fulfilled. Every room radiates peace. Every window lets in light, unfiltered by sorrow. This is not temporary lodging, it is the Father's house, prepared from eternity, waiting for you to dwell. Here, nothing threatens, nothing fades, nothing fails. The sound of striving is silenced forever, replaced by laughter, worship, and rest that no storm can disturb. This is the fullness of the promise you carried through every valley. And yet, chosen one, eternal rest is not emptiness, it is abundance. Here, purpose does not die, it is perfected. You will not sit in endless silence, but rise into endless joy. Every skill you carried, every gift you bore, every passion ignited within you will find expression in this rest. Imagine creating without exhaustion, singing without weariness, loving without fear. Eternity is not an endless pause, it is an endless symphony. The one who chose you does not bring you into dullness, he brings you into fullness. This is the joy of permanent vacation, alive, whole, complete. The letter to the Hebrews, chapter 4, verse 9, declares, there remains then a Sabbath rest for the people of God. Chosen one. That Sabbath rest is your inheritance. It is not only for the future, it is also tasted in the present. Each moment of peace you feel, even now, is a glimpse of what eternity holds. Every time the chaos of life pauses, and you sense His presence surrounding you, you are touching eternity. But soon, the partial becomes complete, and the glimpses become reality forever. You have walked through storms that demanded strength, through nights that demanded endurance, through battles that demanded courage, yet rest was always waiting on the other side. Think of a soldier laying down his sword, not in defeat, but in victory. That is you. Now, the fight has ended, and the rest begins. Chosen one. This final rest is not just relief from exhaustion, It is reward for faithfulness. It is the promised land after wilderness, the calm after the flood, the home after exile. You will no longer ask, "How much longer?" You will no longer groan under burdens. The time of striving is closed, and the season of rest is open forever. Rest also means belonging. You are no longer a wanderer seeking home. The eternal city rises before you, and its gates open wide. You do not approach as a stranger. You enter as family. The place prepared for you has your name written on its foundation. You are not renting, you are dwelling permanently. Imagine a land where time itself slows, where urgency no longer drives you, where fear of tomorrow is silenced forever. That is the texture of rest. It is not just absence of work, it is the presence of completeness. You will sit under the shade of glory, drink from the river of life, and eat from the tree whose leaves heal nations. Rest is not abstract, it is real. Chosen one, even creation, longs for this final rest. The groaning of the earth, the decay of the world, the cycles of violence, all will cease. The mountains will no longer tremble. The seas no longer roar in chaos. The skies no longer darken with storms. The universe itself will breathe in rhythm with God's peace. And you, crowned and chosen, will stand in the center of that rest, basking in unending calm. Your rest is also reunion. The faithful who went before you, those whose journeys ended earlier, will greet you. Together you will rejoice, not in sorrow for what was lost, but in joy for what has been secured, families restored, friendships renewed, love perfected. This too is part of eternal rest. Do not think of this rest as distant or dull. It is vibrant, alive, filled with purpose and glory. You will not be bored, you will be fulfilled. You will not be idle, you will be alive in ways you cannot yet imagine. The rest of God is not the absence of meaning, but the abundance of it. Chosen one, you are standing at the finish line, and heaven cheers. The race is done, the crown secured, the rest declared. You do not collapse in exhaustion, you step into glory. You do not fade into silence, you rise into eternal song. You do not end, you begin. So take this truth into your spirit. You are finished with striving. You are done with wandering. You are complete in Him. The fight is over. The rest is eternal. And your vacation in glory has no end. Chosen one. Before we part, I want you to pause and breathe in what you've just received. You've walked with me through every section, through prophecy, warning, promise, and victory. Together, we traced the journey from struggle to crown, from wandering to eternal city, from tears to songs of triumph. And now, here at the conclusion, I want to leave you with one final charge, not to return to silence, but to carry this message forward. The words you've heard are not random, they are seeds. Seeds are not meant to stay hidden. They are meant to be planted, watered, and multiplied. That is where you come in. Your role is not just to listen, but to help the seeds grow. And in this moment, you have the power to do that with something so simple, yet so powerful: your response. When you like this message, it's more than a button, it's agreement. It's saying, yes, I receive this. Yes, I stand in this truth. Think of it like adding your amen to a prayer. you're sealed to a decree. That single act strengthens the sound of this word in the digital wilderness, pushing it further than you could ever imagine. When you share, you become a herald. In ancient days, heralds carried the king's decree from city to city, announcing news that shifted history. That is what you do when you click share. You're not just passing content, you're carrying a prophetic message into someone's night, someone's valley, someone's storm. You may never know who needed it, but heaven will. When you comment, your words become part of the testimony, your story, your voice. Your declaration joins a chorus. Imagine a hall filled with voices, each one echoing, I believe, I receive, I am chosen. Your comment is not lost, it's etched in the flow of this moment. Whether it's one line, one word, or one prayer, it matters. And when you subscribe, you're choosing consistency over coincidence. You're saying, I want to stay in this stream. I don't want to miss the next wave. In life, consistency builds strength. By subscribing, you anchor yourself to ongoing words that will feed your spirit when the days grow long. You are not a wanderer, dipping in and out. You are a builder, laying foundation, stone by stone. Now let me speak from the heart. If this message has touched you deeply, if you feel stirred to go beyond listening, I invite you gently, humbly to consider supporting through giving. Think of it not as loss, but as partnership. In Scripture, when people believed a word, they often sealed it with an offering, not to buy God's favor, but to anchor their faith with action. If you feel led, your giving becomes the oil that keeps this flame burning, allowing the message to reach corners of the earth you may never step into. Picture it like this. A lighthouse stands on the cliff, its beam guiding ships through stormy seas. The fire inside burns only because someone keeps pouring oil. That's what your generosity does. It fuels the light so others lost at sea can find safety. Some of those ships may be people you'll never meet, but they will survive the storm because of you. Chosen one. This is not about numbers or metrics, it's about souls, destinies, and eternity. Your engagement, every like, every share, every comment, every subscription, every seed echoes louder than you know. It's not just activity, it's ministry. It's not just digital, it's divine. So I leave you with this. Don't let the journey end in silence. Let it ripple outward. Let your small act become someone else's breakthrough. Let your yes today ignite light in another's night. The fight is finished, but the mission continues. Carry the word forward, and together we will see crowns secured, cities filled, and songs of victory rise without end.